Matt, thank you for coming. I appreciate you so much. And I'm Jordy. I got David Noriega from Seven Eagle here with us. But we are just super excited to hear from you today, to hear your story, your advice and guidance you might have. These are all transitioning service members. So Matt spent about 10 years in the Army, senior network switch systems operator. So did a real techie job, and now he runs advanced cybersecurity experts. And where are you based? I forgot to even check that out.
Austin, Texas area.
Austin. All
I'm
right.
in
So
the end area, a little bit north of Austin.
gotcha. Okay. So he's got about 15 years of doing high-end cyber work and AI, and we have a lot of techies on the call here who and folks who are considering going down this path. So just super excited to hear a little bit about your story and what advice and guidance you might have for them. I'm going to hand this off to David Noriega, and he's going to MC the session, but we'll go about 30 minutes. And thank you again so much, Matt.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Hey,
Thanks.
hey, what's going on, Matt? David here. Hey,
Hey, David. How are
so
you?
when you said Austin, Texas, I was like, you should have just said God's country, and everybody went, "Oh yeah, you're in Texas." We get it, we get it. No, I love your name too because someone put it in the chat. Lionheart, if you've never seen the Jean-Claude Van Damme movie, is probably an underrated movie for most if you're growing up in the '90s, I guess. So I was born in '85, but that was one of my favorite movies. But anyways, I digress. No, so Matt, you're at like the pinnacle of like like what we would say is like the cybersecurity realm, and we have a lot of aspiring like people that want to join that. What led you in this path? And from what your army experience was, what kind of said, hey, you know what? I want to stay kind of close to what I did in the army, and then just kind of link there. Give us your story if you can.
Sure. Yeah, I joined the Army back in 2003, right out of high school into the 31 Foxtrot, then that joint nodal network operator. But then it became later the 25 November. And after 10 years in the military, I did 3 tours to Iraq and with a buddy of mine named Sylvester Price. He actually did 20 years in the military. And when we both had got out, we decided that we were going to create our own company. And we created Advanced Cybersecurity Experts based off of wanting to continue to bring leading edge solutions to the federal market space. We focus mostly on professional services because that's where our heart's at. We like to hire through the SkillBridge program. Everybody here is probably familiar with that. And then we work with a company called Instant Teams where we have a similar internship to assist active duty spouses in getting remote work inside of cybersecurity. Those are our two main training platforms that we utilize to bring in new talent. Me being a staff sergeant, leaving the military as a staff sergeant, my partner in crime being a retired warrant officer, we like to train into the positions, get that foundational level of experience and things like Network Plus, Security Plus, CISSP, and then placing on a federal contract to deliver on multi-years for the federal government.
Damn, that's huge. So like, was this something like even leading up to your transition out, and you're like, you and your buddy were just like, I think we got a chance here to like start our own business and be successful, or was it kind of scary in the moment of like, we could do this. I think we're ready, but maybe because I think a lot of us balance both. Like, we either want to get into the world of it and get paid good money, or we want to work for ourselves. That's one of those kind of hard things to kind of balance. What was your kind of why you chose that path?
So the reason we chose the path, and I won't mention any company names or anything like that, but the reason we chose the path is we saw the pattern with our high credentials in cybersecurity and education. Both of us doctoral candidates in cybersecurity space, and we were seeing the pattern being that the big companies would hire us to do the contracts that we wanted to win anyway. So we decided that if, the big company, the big top 10 are going to hire us to do the high level architecture stuff and engineering, we might as well do it ourselves and learn how to bid on federal contracts, understand the proposal process, and be an SDVOSB. And now we're a Texas hub zone. We got that last week. So that's why we chose to do it, just to lower the cost for the federal government as a whole, because the higher level positions are quite a bit uh, daunting to staff for them. But we feel that our success in the industry of cybersecurity has been with the foundational knowledge. If your foundation is strong as the technologies and tools change on top of you, just last year, boom, now generative AI. If you're not on top of generative AI, and I'm not talking about using it for parlor tricks, I'm talking about utilizing it like a spoon or a fork in your everyday cybersecurity analysis, then you're behind the power curve today. So hopefully that answers the question.
No, that answered it and more. And as you're speaking, someone in the chat said, cut out the middleman and get valued for your skills. You were able to kind of see that and go, you know what, we could do this. That's fine. We'll be delivering a service that's much needed, and you were into it. So, and I love the way you put the whole, spoon or fork and using AI generative stuff. No, that's huge, right? And we have a lot of people. You mentioned too in the beginning of it. You said we like to hire veterans and we like to train to the position. Can you give us more on that? Because I think a lot of veterans are like, well, nobody's going to hire me because I don't have all the credentials and experience, or I might have the credentials, but not the experience. Give me why you think that's important for a company like yours to go, hey, we'll train to the position rather than hiring someone that already thinks, I guess, they know it all.
Right. So again, we go back to just our foundation of why we are ACE. It's I've ran into people that have the highest level Cisco certifications, sometimes two or three of them, and you're in a data center with them, and they can't plug in the fiber because they didn't remove the little plastic things on the end of the fiber. I've been in that situation a lot. So certifications mean something, but they don't mean everything. And it's always harder to find the talent that will show up day in and day out. My old drill sergeant used to say he would rather have a platoon of marksmen than one single sharpshooter, because the people that show up every day and keep hammering at it are the hardest thing to find. Certifications, we can always train and build on that. And every 2 years, there's a new certification anyway. I think there's a web page out there that shows all the certifications inside of cybersecurity. And I mean, you're looking at over 100 certifications. So pick your poison. I still want someone that knows how to do subnetting, knows how to figure out if their tools are deployed correctly, and then knows how to analyze the data.
Dang, yeah, that's well said. And then I guess there is something to be said too with hiring someone that thinks they have it all, has experience somewhere else. It's like the old like you can't train them to do what you want them to do because they're like they always have an idea of how they do it or what they've done. Whereas you get someone new and you buy them into this foundation of like, hey, this is what we need you to do for the company. It's kind of an easier transition. And I think our veterans that are like a lot of them that are hard pivoting or some of them that are just doing a slight pivot into the cybersecurity realm, could value someone like you, at least for like a mentor of going like, hey, like based on your experience, here's how I can guide you in that position, in that way. So that's awesome. Tell me about like, as you're building this company, was it small and then just exploded big, or you're just kind of like, hey, we just kind of slowly had the building blocks and we're just slowly advancing, getting bigger, and where is it going?
So I will say over the last 2 years, we've gone from the treadmill stage to the Pathfinder stage. In the beginning, it was just me and Sylvester, working all hours, doing all the contracts, but also then bidding on all the contracts. And the federal government has taken an interesting turn at the beginning of this year. We did land a large blanket purchase agreement, but they haven't even utilized it because of all the changes on the federal side right now. But if there's a fear of going out and creating your own SDVOSB inside of cybersecurity, anyone can do it. All that stuff is free to set up, but there is going to be a fear to it. If you have a niche, you're likely going to start off. And you can't get away from the sweat equity, but no veteran is scared of the sweat equity in the beginning. There'll be times in which there's you know want to give up on it and hop over and just take a W-2 job for a little bit. And there's no shame in that. Take a W-2 job while you still try to hammer away at it like a side gig. But eventually you want to get out of that treadmill stage and move into the Pathfinder stage where you found your niche inside of cybersecurity, and then you're also winning contracts inside of your area of specialization.
Man, that's awesome the way you're able to like just You're almost like a visionary. Like you saw it before it happening. And we talk about niche, right? We talk about like, hey, cybersecurity is this huge thing, but what specifically do you want? You can't just say, hey, I want to be in cybersecurity because that means a lot of things. Find a, play with it, do some training, do something that you're like, oh, and then if you like the training, you might have found your niche and just kind of go with it because someone will value that niche if you're good at it. That's kind of like in the Air Force, we're more specialists. So like they go, hey, you do that one job really good. I mean, there are some drawbacks to it, right? Because they were like, oh, I don't do that, or that's not my job. But there's something to be is finding your niche in this big cybersecurity world. What advice would you give? I mean, because I'd imagine you're on the hiring side of it, right? Where you're going, hey, we're trying to hire people. What are some common mistakes do you see that veterans specifically make, whether in the resumes or in interviews? What are your not like? What do you not like, and what do you like?
Gotcha. So if we're talking about common mistakes that, oh, I guess, we'll not talk about my common mistakes. Let's say common mistakes that I see as a business owner inside of resumes. Everybody's AI on the resumes. That's too easy to see, and everybody's reviewing the AI. So, if you can't pronounce things like Metasploit and don't place it on your resume, because I see that all the time, even in video interviews where they have to post a short clip to some questions, such as what is Kali Linux, and you pronounce it Kili Linux or something like that. We in the industry can notice that pretty quick. By all means, use generative AI to assist you, but don't let it put some human element in there so that you still come across as the candidate.
Okay, so yeah, we tell a lot of the veterans, yeah, definitely use it to develop it, but put your own your personal twist on it because I think people are getting smarter and then they're putting them through the systems that are really cracking down on everybody can't look that great. And at the end of the day, you got to answer to all that in the interview.
Right.
And so in the interview process, you get someone in front of you that says, "Hey, I do all these things. What are your goals as someone that's hiring people or trying to build the foundation of people saying, "Hey, I want to hire you, but I want to know a little bit more." What are you targeting in an interview? Is it more technical? Is it more just I want to see who you are personally?
Yeah, so there is always going to be a technical aspect of it inside of cybersecurity. Um, what we've decided, and this is really just earlier, maybe mid last year, that me and Sylvester decided we're going to do in our interview processes is copy the Dave Ramsey approach of interviewing, where there is an initial interview, we let the candidate do most of the talking, and then the follow up with a dinner meeting. And so putting that human element in there really helps get away from that. And in that dinner meeting, if you can get their spouse in there with them, that's great. Because as Dave Ramsey says, if you hire someone that's married to crazy, eventually crazy creeps into your enterprise.
Yeah, man, that's awesome. I love Dave Ramsey, by the way, and I think there's a lot of things that he says that are like spot on. That right there is probably good. So along these three different interviews that you have, how long are they going for? Because we've heard from like an hour
Yeah.
long to 20
No,
minutes.
no, it should be longer than an hour. That first one, 30 minutes, let them do the talking, and hour. If you don't like them or you don't think you can work with them after a couple of hours, then it's probably not going to work in the long run. But in ACE, we have the servant leadership mentality, and if we like the person and it fits into our culture, and you add the God aspect in there, and you move forward, then everything else can be trained or tailored as you move along, because you want the long-term relationship. Like I said, the certifications are great, but they come and go. I'd rather have someone that's willing to do the ins and outs and train and learn the company culture and how we attack things in the federal market.
Man, I had a friend come on here and I was interviewing him and he said that he was applying for this position and there's a lot of great candidates. He was probably the most unexperienced out of all because he was just retired in the military, doing a bit of a pivot. And what you kind of mentioned was like at the end of the day, what got him the job afterwards was that all the people on the panel were basically like, we saw more that we could deploy with you and would enjoy your company when we're working hard and deployed. And
Right.
that's why we picked you. It's
Yeah,
almost
just
like the
build
likability
off
aspect of
that.
something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's like the likability of someone when you meet them and they're talking and they're explaining themselves. It's like, man, this is huge, right? Like if I like you, or if I like what you're saying, how you're saying it, I can see you working alongside of me. I could see us in a meeting together. And that's kind of on the interviewee to kind of push that to you in that first meeting, right? Is like to push that, like, hey, here's who I am on a personal level, not a professional level, but a personal level. Would that be true? Is that kind of a true thing that you're
Yeah, I
hoping
think
that
that would be
they give that?
thing that most business owners are going to be looking for is that personal level. You know, the tech side and everything is great, but almost every business, no matter, you know, even if Ace is in cybersecurity and you go to maybe Deloitte cybersecurity team, although it's the same industry, the culture is going to be different, and how they do things and their processes are going to be different. So the individual needs to fit into the culture. One example is, my wife actually, Robin, went from teaching for 18 years into a completely different industry for construction. So she goes through this interview, and they had this green card, red card process where, you wanted to get more green cards than red cards, obviously. And all 8 of them gave her a green card. And this is a teacher coming in the construction industry to do some payroll and project management stuff. But they all liked her. So that is always going to trump tech and trump sometimes it'll even trump experience because working in the company culture and keeping it moving forward is always going to be a business owner's number one.
Okay. Yeah, and yeah, I could agree with all of that. And that's to me, because I'm an instructor by trade. So like one of the big things is when we see someone, it was like it's how you look first of all to your students. What are you teaching, and are you knowledgeable? How are you giving, like, how are you portraying all of that? That's all of the buy-in that you're gonna get from them, just an appearance, right? And then now it's, how are you portraying? What does your voice sound like? Right? Do you have intensity, conviction? Like those are kind of the things that were next, right? So it's all the same. Like when you're interviewing, it makes it easier for me is just talking with people, right? I know it's hard for some, but easier for some as well. So it's one of those things. But so we started something new in Seven Eagle, where we bring people on like you, and we've been working on elevator pitches with some of our students, and going, hey, have your 30-second to 1 minute elevator pitch. And we have 3 people that we would like them to pitch, give you the elevator pitch, and you give them some feedback, right? Because at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we're trying to position them in the best way possible, and getting them reps in front of, not a potential employer maybe, but it's one of those things. It's a chance to give them rep. Are you willing to, like, have one of our guys give you an elevator pitch, and then you kind of go, hey, love this, like this, didn't like that, whatever, or hey, work on this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jordy tricked me. I didn't know all this was in here when I signed up. Let's
It's
do it.
more, it's interactive for our students too, because all of them are working on their elevator pitch, and they're going to take some good and some bad from all of them and go, all right, I got my perfect one together. So Daryl Davis will be the first one up. He's actually interested in doing, like, getting into the cybersecurity world. So we'll see what his elevator pitch is like. Daryl, are you still here?
Yes, I'm here.
Let me pin you real quick. All right, Daryl, it's all yours. You're giving your pitch. Get it.
Wait, before we start, that background is awesome. That Hearthstone is awesome.
Thank
Oh,
you.
I'm nervous now because I see how many people are in this. But my name is Daryl Davis, and I'm a 20-year Navy veteran with a background in IT, cybersecurity, and communications. Throughout my career, I led large teams. We managed complex networks, and we implemented cybersecurity controls that supported the mission. I take pride in my awesome problem-solving skills, and I love helping my team, and I love seeing the customer smile. I'm looking to bring that same level of dedication to your company, where I can continue support national defense through innovative IT and cyber solutions. I currently hold a TS SCI clearance. I have my bachelor's in cybersecurity and a certification in Security Plus. That's it.
Awesome. Matt, what do you think? What could he work on? What did you like about it? What can move around it? I think any like critiques or anything was helpful for us and our students for sure.
Yeah, sure. So thanks for your service, Daryl. Appreciate it. And I would say the only change I would make to the pitch is when you make claims such as led complex teams or complex networks, throw in some statistics or some numbers in there to be able to substantiate the claim.
There you go, Daryl. For me, I would just be excited about what you do. If you're into it, and it sounds like you are, you want to pursue it, just be that little bit of like, bring a little bit of intensity into it. It doesn't have to be overly done because maybe that's not your personality, but just be having more of that, and I think you'll do fine. But that's a great critique. We do talk about that. We kind of like we try to tell them, look, you tell an employer, here's what I'm good at, or here's what I've done, and then you give them a small story on why that is important, why you can make claim to that, and like you said, back it up with statistics, numbers.
If you got 20 years in the Navy and that's most of what your experience got, now lean on that a lot more. Bachelor's degree is cool, but lean on that 20 years. That'll more powerful.
Great job, Daryl. I thought it was excellent.
Yeah, that was good. That was great, Daryl.
Good job.
You weren't that nervous. You seemed all right.
Yeah, you seemed fine, man.
It was all good. So, no, that's good. Yeah, I'm glad of all the support too in the chat. That's super awesome that we're helping each other out. I know some of it can be nerve-wracking, but again, this is all we're just having a conversation and just leave it at that. So, man, that's good. We have a couple more if we want to do that, or does anybody have any questions for Matt while we have him here? Again, if you're in the cybersecurity, this is your chance to kind of give any questions you have. Give him a second. Cool. Oh, Cedric, go ahead, Cedric.
Hey, good morning, Matt.
Morning.
Appreciate your time and coming and talking to us, vets. I was curious, you're based out of Austin. Hello from El Paso. I'm in El Paso, Texas. And I was just curious, do you guys have any remote positions that you're open to hiring, for your company?
Right now, since we do most work in federal, we're waiting for things to turn around. Most of cybersecurity positions are a hybrid these days inside the federal, wanting remote, but 2 hours within location of the base or within location of the federal agency. But yes, we're open to hiring remote positions. The way we do it is we first do have to have a contract in place because we don't like to give people false hopes. Although we do run the Skill Bridge program and the Instant Teams program that gets people certifications, while they're on that internship. We don't like to give people false hope, so we'd like to have the contract in place so that when we sign you up, you're signing up for 3 to 5 years rather than just a 1-year contract. So.
Okay, and you support the Army. Can you state what bases you guys are located? We have Fort Bliss right here in El Paso.
We support everywhere from California, Florida currently, and a couple in Canada.
Oh, got it. Okay, so you probably do support Fort Bliss at some point because they're one of the largest.
We don't currently have a contract with Fort Bliss, and other ones are S or TS, so we can't really say exactly.
Gotcha. All right, thank you, Matt.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Awesome, Cedric. Thanks. Let's go to John.
Hey, Matt. Again, same thing. Really appreciate the Hearthstone in the background. Big nerd too. I'm more of a Witcher Gwent kind of person, but that's all right. You're talking about your work. You do a lot of federal stuff. What's your footprint with the cloud? Do you do anything with AWS or Azure, or it's all like the different section?
So we do cloud as well on the GSA schedule, if you're familiar with that. 518210 Charlie is the cloud professional services, so AWS, Azure, Google, as well as we work with private clouds like Cylogic and Spectro Cloud, which are cloud environments as well, depending on what they're looking for on the GSA schedule. So we currently have had a contract supporting Azure managed cybersecurity services. So yep, we do cloud work.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Let's go to Megan.
Hi. So I had a question. You said you like to do a lot of the training in-house and not rely solely on certs. What's the toughest thing that you find to train your new employees?
The toughest thing to train new employees on is almost always going to be subnetting. Once you get that down, it's pretty much clear sailing on the other areas. And containers can be, security of containers can be difficult as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Kenneth.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Hey, Jordy, I'm gonna go a little off kilter here, man. I actually wanted to give him my my elevator pitch, if that's all right.
Yeah,
Cool,
no, we
cool.
can definitely do that if you want to do that. Go ahead, Matt. You got
Awesome.
another.
Oh, sorry, David. Yeah, my
Matt, you got
bad.
another one now here. So, looking for our elevator pitches. Let's get them in. Go for it.
Yeah, definitely. All right. So, hi, I'm Kenneth Frey, a seasoned IT and cybersecurity leader with 20 years of experience managing enterprise infrastructure and secure operations. I've led high-performing teams of over 100 personnel, driven multi-million-dollar technology transformations, and built scalable systems that align IT with mission-critical goals. As a cyber professional, I've operated in some of the highest roles, communicating with senior executives to drive change and have exceeded in each role. I currently hold a master's degree in enterprise network management, my Security Plus, PMP, ITEL Foundations, and CISP, and a TS clearance. Whether it's optimizing operations or strengthening cyber resilience, I bring a strategic mindset backed by real world results. I'm currently exploring opportunities where I can drive innovation and lead impactful digital initiatives. Thank you.
There you go, Matt. What do you got for him?
Excellent. So in the IT director role and above, you said millions of dollars, and you did say that again, leading edge. I think you said leading projects. So put a little bit more emphasis, because at the IT director level, I feel like education and certifications are almost less valuable than probably the most recent big win project that you've done or guided. Maybe a specifics to the size of the team. Is it 100 people, 20 people, 50 people as director? You're probably looking for something around the either senior level or the CISO level. And so you want to show your prowess in managing those large teams.
Kenneth, I thought your
Awesome.
energy was perfect, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You were locked in. Someone in the chat said it. I was like, he's locked in.
Good.
He's got
It's
it.
still good. You did
Really
better
good.
than I would have done. I've been asked to critique.
No, I thank you so much for the information. For real. Thank you.
All right, Derek. We'll move to Derek.
Hey, how you doing? My name's Derek Farmer. I got a so um I'm trying to explain this and not try to go too far all over the place, but so currently we have me and my brother and I, he's prior Army, and we have a logistics company, and but we also our company, we already have kind of like contracts and everything for just logistics within the government, doing government freight, government moves, military moves, government moves. But then we also have another entity within our business where we handle we're like basically cleared for TS because we have TS clearances, and our facility is TS cleared as well. And the other entity we have um, contract set up, but with the base for non-IT stuff, but we're trying to break into the IT side as subs to primes. Do y'all do prime? Are y'all prime or do y'all sub? And then also do you have any kind of advice for good primes to find to sub for?
So I think the question is, do we sub to, are we prime to subs, and do we sub to primes, and the advice that we would give in the situation. So we are prime and we do sub work, but then also we partner with other companies that will prime and we sub, and it's a business partner relationship. If you're familiar with the socioeconomic designators in the federal government, SDVOSB, 8A, woman-owned small business, EWOSB, you want to partner across, and HubZone as well. You want to partner across to make sure that you have those designators across your team playing field, so that any of you can prime and any of you and prime for each other. And the business relationship has to be good enough to where you trust each other to get the work done, because you can get into trouble there and be contractually obligated in some messy situations if you don't fully trust. So we have people in those socioeconomic designators we fully trust to prime for us, and they trust that we'll get the work done, and keep building on those relationships, because those are powerful proposals that you put in. Now, I prime for someone that subs for me, and I sub for them and back and forth, and they're an 8A, a great company called Inspired Solutions. But I don't have much advice going from logistics to cybersecurity. I've never been in that situation. I started ACE wanting to be the tip of the spear in cybersecurity. Although we do some IT work, it's when we're waiting on cybersecurity work to come around, or we're bidding on it. So I try to keep the tip of the spear to one. If you do cybersecurity and logistics, well, then why doesn't the government just purchase from Halliburton or Deloitte, so to speak?
And I definitely understand that, because it's not like we're trying to change, because we have multiple entities with what we're doing, and it's mainly logistics. But since I came on, because I came on in the company as a CTO, so I'm basically bringing up. I'm working on the technology inside the company, but then also trying to find opportunities to expand, whether in not tip of the spear, because you don't want to spread yourself thin, but more like alternate streams of revenue for the company, and starting off slow, just sub under one, and then kind of build that relationship and kind of see where it goes, and work on that contract. And if it ends and it's not worth it, to kind of like, it's too much hassle for the work, then we let it go. And if not, then we kind of expand on it if we're able to systemize and simplify it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can deliver, and at the end of the day, your CPARS is, a 5-star CPARS, and you're recommended, then that's, sets you up to, that revenue stream is good to go. I think inside of cybersecurity, you can have 9 different pipelines inside of identity, inside of network security, inside of application security. So there's enough revenue streams inside of one to keep going. But not to say that you can't. I mean, you can do everything. I mean, Carosoft sells everything, so why not? Just not my experience, Derek.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Derek. Jesse.
Hey, all right. Thank you. So I also wanted to try my elevator pitch, and then I had some follow-on questions for you, Matt.
Nice. This is like
All
a
right.
real interview, Jesse. You're gonna give an elevator pitch and then go, "Hey, I got some questions for the employer here." Go
Yeah, I'm getting ready for that next job. All right. Hey, I'm Jesse, a software engineer. As an Air Force veteran, my time in air transportation and logistics really drilled into me how to tackle complex problems, such as managing large-scale cargo and passenger planning and movements in austere locations around the world. I also have experience problem solving with precision, such as military-grade logistics software solutions and ensuring critical operations run smoothly on a daily basis. I'm excited to bring that same kind of analytical focus and dedication to building a solid, high-quality software. I'm currently looking for opportunities to jump into an innovative tech team and put my unique blend of military discipline and coding passion to work. What kind of projects are you working on? That was it.
Sounds pretty good to me. I think you leaned on your experience as well as tying it into your Python development expertise. I don't think I would change anything on that. That was better than I would have done.
Hey, thanks, man. Okay, so now I had a couple questions for you. Let me see. Let me pull up my notes here. Not that many. So like you mentioned, yes, I'm trying to get into software engineering, and I wanted your perspective on what that looks like. For example, like, do you have any software engineers at your company right now?
We have on the GSA schedule Python developer.
Okay, so just one of them.
I mean, the Python developer can be multiple. So there's lots of things out there like ADOS, as well as some other that have multiple development. DevSecOps is always a big thing on GSA 54151 hacks.
Okay. And then earlier, when you introduced yourself, did you say you have your doctorate or you're working towards your doctorate?
I'm on chapter 5 of the dissertation, so I'll be done here in about 8 weeks. And my partner in
Sick.
crime is getting his in cybersecurity management.
Awesome. Awesome. my question at the end was, do you have any advice for an up and coming software engineer, as far as, is there a path to cybersecurity uh, as a programmer, or is it kind of like, like you got to start this track through cybersecurity, and that's kind of where you're going to stay? It's not really like something you can jump into after I become like a proficient coder. Is it possible to transfer over to cyber?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's going to make you a stronger person inside of application security in all areas of that domain. I come from a background of network security, so naturally, I have very good network security. Or excuse me, I was a network engineer in the military, so I'm very good at network security, Cisco ICE, and getting visibility of the network and subnetting and doing segmentation and microsegmentation. That inside of the application security domain of cybersecurity would be where your development skills fit. Secure code writing, secure software development lifecycle, the DevSecOps pipeline, things like that would be more natural to you than it would be to someone like me.
Okay, awesome. Thanks. You gave me a lot of hope.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. Thanks, Matt, for the feedback. Matt, go for it.
Yeah, I know. Perfect. Hey, Matt, thanks again for showing up and for taking my question. I have something a little different for you. I don't want to give a pitch, but I have had the fortune, I think, from my last couple of positions here at European Command to have been exposed to some pretty high level cyber operations in the real world. And I've seen how effective and how important it is. I chose the cybersecurity track because I know that it's critical, and I know it's not going to go anywhere, and that we need people that understand it better. But I am not a super technically minded person, and as I'm going through a lot of the training, I'm just kind of realizing, like, man, I don't know if I'm going to be a Python coding type of person, or if I need to focus on company compliance all the time. I'm coming from more of I understand the importance of the direct application side, but I'm also an Intel officer. So coming from that world, I'm more used to kind of managing experts than to be an expert in a lot of those things. Is there a emerging sector within cyber that you might recommend to someone like me I'm interested and I want to have some more knowledge and expertise, but I don't think that I'm cut out to be, a coder or a person who's, managing like security compliance at a company or something like that?
Gotcha. Well, good thing generative AI is here to help you with the tasks that you'll do inside of Python while you manage that. So to manage experts is a skill set in itself, right? A CISO is pretty well rounded in the areas of all cybersecurity, but able to know when he needs an expert in certain areas, and chief technical officers as well. So those are still skill sets inside of cybersecurity that are needed. Probably something more along the lines of a program manager. A project manager manages, one or two projects. A program manager manages, here's my network security practice, or my software development practice, and I know when I need an architect, I know when I need an engineer, and I know when I just need an administrator. So those are still out there. And then you'd want to be kind of on the visionary side as well for a company, right? Today it's generative AI and how we secure that and use that ethically. And it won't be long before it's something like quantum. Quantum is right around the corner. And what are our companies doing and our partners doing in the area of quantum, so that when quantum computing breaks in and generative AI goes crazy, does our company have a strategy for those? So that leading visionary thing is also a skill set in itself I see valuable.
Perfect. I really appreciate it.
Mhm.
And Matt, yeah, I think everybody starts somewhere. It's one of those things, like, and it's good that you're looking at it from there, like from that perspective. Like, we have doers and you get paid for doer work. But at some point, some of us move faster to the management. Hey, you get paid for management work. And then at the end of it, hopefully you get paid for your visionary work. You're right. You're being strategic, right? And that's kind of like in the Air Force, we have that kind of tiered layered where you're like, hey, I don't pay you to do anymore. I pay you to strategically plan, strategically manage. Like, those are the things I pay you for. But it's good that you're seeing it now as you're kind of getting into it.
Yeah.
Ryan, we'll take
do this.
Last two questions, and then we'll wrap it up with Matt. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, Matt, thank you again for your presentation and thank you for being here for us. My question is kind of along the same lines as Matt just asked, but it's more in the scope of, so my background in the military is electronic warfare and electronic intelligence. So dealing with SCI information and reports and stuff like that. So I don't have really like the network side of like a cybersecurity type person. Can I be able to lean into what I did with safeguarding all of that stuff to kind of like be acceptable as like a GRC role or something in that aspect? I'm trying to find like where I would fall with my experience into like the cybersecurity realm and kind of be comfortable with the fact that I know that I fall into that.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, GRC is going to be at every aspect of it, depending on, what the company that you're working for is willing to pay for, right? So if you're doing, I think you said missile defense stuff. What was it again, Ryan?
Electronic warfare and electronic intelligence.
Gotcha. So inside of those is still going to be GRC, and while you may want to know, the basics of networking, which you know what an IP is, an IPv4 when you see it, and an IPv6 when you see it. Can you do segmentation? No, but you don't need to. What you'll need to know is, I know I need to segment. I know that when I'm working with a company and I do a holistic assessment of their governance, risk, and compliance, I want to make sure that they have these foundational strategies in place of defense in depth, so that when we get down the road, the little things didn't kill us, right? It's never the high tech, super bad, tool that you purchased and deployed correctly that gets broken into. It's always the sticky note with the password written down underneath, that gets caught, and then multi-factor authentication wasn't turned on. So those are the things in which GRC will do well. But inside any of those, I think GRC is very important.
Gotcha, I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you.
Last question goes to Michael, and then we'll wrap it up with Matt here. Go ahead, Michael. You still there, Michael?
Yep, there we go. I was at an appointment earlier, so I wasn't able to get on to the beginning of this, so I'll be checking that out later. But for what you're doing at ACE, what are you seeing? Because I know a lot of it's on the government contracts, and for what you're doing there, and also like huge props for what you're doing with spouses who maybe have never even thought about being in tech, which is really cool. But are you seeing different roles in? So a lot of people talk about the cybersecurity, the pen testing, the ethical hacking, the red team, blue team. But are you seeing a growing need? I've seen this in other areas, but not particularly in government, where there's a growing need for like managed service providers for folks who are specifically tuned into like the Microsoft, GCP, AWS management for the clients. So like I put out a piece a while ago that, like I said, like I feel like every like YouTuber out there is like, if you want to get into tech, you've got to like get like every single cert out there before you can even like manage a help desk. And like there's a huge, of course, like a lot of those the cyber GRC pen testing, red team, blue team are highly competitive spots. But what I'm curious of is if there's a growing need for folks that, hey, like IT is like all sides of it, and where the network is needed to be taken care of, we also have customers who have licenses that need to be managed via, you name it, cloud service. So I know that was a long-winded question, but like a lot of the talk has been, focused on some of like the bigger networking, cyber defense roles, but with like what Planet Technologies is doing with the government, with some other companies like them, is there a growing need for like the almost like the front end of the cloud network?
So I think the question's asking me around managed services and the different perimeters of cybersecurity. So in managed services, there's definitely a need. I think there can be two types of managed services. The quick wins where, you pay your $20 a month and someone manages it for you. And then the white gloved approach where, each system, a couple $1,000s a month, we manage this giant thing for you. So that's kind of managed services. The difficulty inside of managed services is make sure that your deliverables on a monthly basis are very clear, and the results you provide to the customers is very clear and valuable, and adjusting to their needs. And then in the different, in the penetration piece of it, everybody wants the right to be the bad guy. So that's the red team area is always going to be pretty saturated, in my opinion. There's not enough blue team people capable of actually architecting and engineering a defensible network on the three different perimeters of identity, cloud, and network. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, then a follow-up question to that, specifically with the SkillBridge program at ACE. Is there a side of the ACE SkillBridge focused on the managed services?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks for all the questions. Thanks for the practice pitching to Matt. I think Matt's done awesome with not only the way I could tell he's like he's extremely intelligent because of the way you're active listening every time someone's talking and you're picking apart what they're really asking. I love that. I can appreciate that a lot, and I really love your insight on a lot of stuff. You come into these veterans and answering their questions. But do you mind if I share your LinkedIn with everybody if they want to connect with you?
Yeah, absolutely. Please do connect with us and follow ACE. And David, is this audience strictly veterans?
Yeah, I would say most are veterans. You got 284 transitioning veterans between Allegiant Vets and Seven Eagle. So what my thing was to kind of end with you is like, how many skill bridgers can you bring on with ACE? Is it unlimited, or is it, hey, we only bring on what we can eventually maybe place in a job or place somewhere else?
So I think late last year, in October, they changed SkillBridge to where you can really bring in as many as you want, but the caveat they have in there is you can get kicked out of the program if you don't employ 95% of them. So we have to take them on at the speed in which we gain contracts to place them, to stay inside that. And I like that change because some companies, be careful out there if you're going to do SkillBridge, some companies charge for their SkillBridge program. They want your GI benefits and everything. I want everybody to spend their GI benefits on themselves. We give back to the veteran community by paying for those certifications as they spend the time working with us. So, yeah, but SkillBridge, you can bring them in at the speed in which contracts you're delivering on.
Awesome. Now, well, like if you guys are interested in connecting with Matt, please connect on LinkedIn. If you're interested on a SkillBridge kind of thing, let's in the end of day survey on the Seven Eagle side, just make sure you want us to pass Jordy passes information straight to Matt so that maybe they can discuss that at a future venue. But I appreciate that. Appreciate everything you've done for us, Matt, today. And hopefully we see you soon.
All right. Appreciate it. It's been great. Thanks, y'all.
Hey, thanks, Matt. All right. We are at 10 minutes till. Let's take a break and we'll get ready for our next speaker, which is Sean Hudson from the Washington Nationals. I know some people are excited. Congrats for everybody that stepped up and actually wanted to do their pitch. Yeah, everybody says, "Oh, I'm super nervous." I didn't see too much nervousness in those. You might have felt it, but again, you just did it in front of 280 people at least watching or listening in. So congrats on that. I think that's huge to kind of just share that. I just wanted to put that out there. And Matt seems like a super sharp guy. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
Yeah, good job for those of you who did that. I thought that was great. Really good. Really good. So we gonna get a few more for Sean?
Yeah, we got Daniel.
Couple more because I like this.
Mike,
I think it's fun.
And Andrew.
Oh, good.
Sorry,
awesome.
Cedric, sorry we didn't get you in the last one, but we'll get you in.
Yeah. Where's Derek Farmer? You on? You still here? While we're waiting, Derek, if you're there, put your audio on.
He's there. I just don't know if he has the volume
He
up.
might have jumped away.
I asked him to unmute. We'll see if he does it.
Man, I was really hoping to see Cedric get up on there. Or
Yeah, we'll get him,
Cedric.
man.
I was hoping he got up on there this time. It's all good.
It's Derek, not Eric.
Oh, not Derek. Derek Farmer.
No, so John Brazinski. Now I was gonna tell that story of when you had put OIR and then you messaged me. I'll tell you a crazy story of like being able to like be in front of people that are eventually get high level. So I worked a green door assignment with JPRA, Joint Personnel Recovery Agency. And the director at the time was Colonel Kunkel. And if you don't know who Colonel Kunkel is, he's a 60 driver, so flying helicopters. And he became our commander there, and we, working for him. But I didn't know his background. General Goldfein at the time was going to take a position at the Pentagon. And does everybody know that General Goldfein was actually shot down and had to be recovered by PJs and everything? I don't know if everybody knows that, but he did. Guess who was the 60 driver that picked him up? Colonel Kunkel, who was at the time Captain Kunkel. So General Goldfein's going to the Pentagon, and he notices that Colonel Kunkel is in the area, and he's now commanding JPRA. So General Goldfein comes to our place, which is a small building, about 50 employees. Most of us are green suiters, and we're all on a green door assignment. And he does a briefing tour of our facility and what we do with some emerging technology, some acquisition stuff in the personal recovery realm. So General Goldfein he's at the Pentagon now. We noticed that ISIS, everything's happening with ISIS over in the Middle East. And when they're burnt alive, basically, General Goldfein was like, Colonel Kunkel, what can you do about this? And what's your assessment from a Joint Personnel Recovery Agency standpoint? And so they did a big deep dive into what was going on and what we need to do for the warfighters that are currently serving. Hopefully that nobody ever gets shot down. And obviously we see a U.S. soldier or airman or anybody burnt alive, just like we had seen recently. So Colonel Kunkel and them have that relationship for the first time. Buildings operational, a lot of technology that was on the shelf, and he directed Colonel Kunkel to go give a SEER, basically updated SEER training live in theater. So he sent 5 of us overseas. I was the one that stuck with. I went to Bahrain, I went to Kuwait, I went to other places. I got on the USS Roosevelt. Well, the first person I had to brief was General Brown, who at the time would taken over for the 379th. I think that's 379th over in Qatar. And I got in front of him and had to brief him our 1 hour. Hey, this is our update to your forces. If you allow us, we need your help with getting on airplanes, getting travel, all this stuff with not a lot of the hiccups because we only have a short period of time in your AOR. And I'll tell you what, I was extremely nervous talking to General Brown because if you ever get him in a small room with like maybe 9 people, I want to say it was like maybe 9 people in there, and I'm a staff sergeant at the time. I was I wanted to poop my pants, to be honest with you. And well, the good thing is we had rehearsed it multiple times with him, or not with him, but with his kind of staff. So it made me feel comfortable that we had at least rehearsed it. And I thought he wasn't listening to me for the longest time because he had his head, like he kind of kept doing this. And again, you only get, 20 minutes of his time sometimes. And at the end of everything, I go, sir, do you have any questions or anything? He had no comments at that point. And he goes back to like my middle of my brief and he goes, hey, Sergeant Noriega, a really great brief. I appreciate that. He goes, but what kind of handcuffs are they using? You mentioned that, you're doing all this stuff, but what kind of handcuffs are you using? Because I noticed a couple of pictures, and we had a couple of pictures of some of the people that had got their head chopped and everything. And I'm like, oh my God, he didn't get the detailed brief of what we were going to provide them, but part of that was telling our students or our warfighters out there that had gotten training before, we want you to focus on this kind of handcuff, and we were going to give them some updated training. And I took that as like after a 20-30 minute brief, the one thing he eyes on is the handcuffs because he's a SEER level C grad, so he knew the importance of it. And he goes, I just wanted to make sure that's part of the training that you're giving everybody. But man, I appreciate all the time that I got with him. But it made me super nervous, and I was never nervous to get again General Brown, who you know who he becomes, and you get in front of General Goldfein, when you know who he becomes, uh, you kind of it's just you go through you're just practicing. Anytime you get in front of people like that, you're just practicing for the next big thing. But that was huge to have that. But that's kind of how I wrap it around that whole General Goldfein, General Brown, and being able to get in front of people because they are intimidating. Some of them are intimidating, and they're extremely intelligent. So
Pretty cool. Although if you ask General Goldfein to take a selfie, he will totally do it with you.
Yeah, General Goldfein's sharp too, right? Because imagine all the briefings he got in DC before he took that position. I forgot what position he was taking initially. I think he was Major General Goldfein at the time. So this was in 2013, 14-ish. So, and then that he remembered obviously Colonel Kunkel, and he said, "Hey, I know someone that can fix or provide a service to the warfighters that are putting themselves in hard ways, so we don't see someone burnt alive as a U.S. service member." So, the fact that he remembered and he said, told General, he ordered him, "You will, not you." It's not a can you, it's a, you will. And so, the cool thing about that too is General Goldfein every year that the day that he got rescued, he gets all the people that were on the rescue, and they drink some expensive. I think that's expensive bourbon. I forgot what kind of bourbon, but he makes sure that he sits down with them and shares a drink with them.
Scotch.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, unit the 55th Rescue Unit. He brings out a bottle of scotch every year, sits down and has a drink with everybody.
Yeah. No. So yeah, Mark, I felt like you were you kind of know that since you were in that realm.
Yeah, I've gotten to meet him like 3 times. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty surreal. And did you ever? I asked people if you want to, who General Goldfein, yeah, you know the general. But if you go on YouTube and you type in Hammer 3-4, you get to listen when he got shot down.
Oh yeah.
And the crazy part about it is, as he knows it's over, he's gonna go down. He says the last thing he says is, "All right, boys, come and get me." Like
Yeah, absolutely.
that was like
Yeah.
that's the last words before he has to eject out of an aircraft. The wherewithal and the conversation that's happening when you're in the personal recovery space and you're listening to that, you're like, oh my God. He's already getting shot down. He's going down. He knows it. He's marking positions, he's marking enemy, he's telling people above in the stack, hey, this is what I need to do. Hey, do this, do that, all the way to the last point. All right, boys, that's it. Come and get me. And
it's so I got a little bit of a funny story with it. So when I got over to the rescue unit as the new guy during First Fridays, we have to pay homage to what we do. So you have to pick a story and talk about it in front of everybody. So everybody's drinking beers, and so I go up and I start giving his events and what happened with the rescue. And like as I'm like getting towards the end of it, he walks in and he's like, "Hey, so what are y'all talking about?" And we're like, "We were just talking about you."
Oh man. Well, let me tell you how it really happened, Matt.
Yeah,
Mark.
exactly, right?
It's a great story. Let me tell you how from our side. But no, that's cool. I just wanted to tell everybody that because John had asked me and I didn't want to write a confusing paragraph on how we're all connected somehow, and getting in front of people that intimidate you, whether it's a hiring manager or whatever. I have those same jitters, even though I'm an instructor and I get in front of people all the time. But yeah, intimidating folks. Yeah. Oh, we got Sean on already.
Sean here.
He's here.
Howdy. How's it going?
Oh yeah, there he is. Looking sharp. Sean, thank you for coming, man.
Yeah, no, thank you for having me.
We're excited. All right, let's get cranking. Here, someone pin Sean so we put the spotlight on him.
I did.
All right, awesome. So, Sean, thanks again, man. These are all, as I mentioned, these are all transitioning service members. They're all getting ready for their next act, trying to figure out what they want to do and learning how to present themselves to hiring managers in all different industries. So just an absolute honor for us to have you spend a few minutes with us today, sharing your story. He did an intern with Walt Disney, I saw, which is pretty cool. So we're going to hear about that. We had Max Tubbs on last week. So I don't know if
Yeah, Max is a good guy.
he
Max
was
is
the
a
one
good
who
guy.
connected you with
That's
that. Yeah.
he's a must connect with.
Yeah, good dude.
Regardless of whether you want to work in sports and entertainment or like when I was at Disney, I was famously anti-Disney adult. Like I was like so adamant that that was not me as like a little bit of a bit. But
That's
Max
funny.
is a great dude for sure.
Yeah, that's good. So Sean spent 4 years in the Air Force, graduated from Penn State, went to Walt Disney, and now he has this amazing role with the Washington Nationals baseball team. He's the director of community relations for them with a focus on military affairs. So I'm super excited to hear a little bit more about your story, and what you like about working in this industry, and then advice you have for us to as we set out there, like I said, and just want to make great impression on all these hiring managers who are going to meet our amazing candidates. So thanks for being here, Sean, man. We appreciate you.
Yeah, no, thank you for the opportunity. I sat where I presume most people are sitting right now in 2020 in the height of COVID, separating from the U.S. Air Force when I was stationed at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. And looking back on it, it was so underprepared. I had no idea what that journey was like. I just knew that I joined the Air Force because I wanted to go back to college. I went to Penn State as a, bright-eyed 18-year-old in 2012. And there's three things in college: partying, academics, and sleep. And you only get to be good at two of them. And I was good at partying twice, because Penn State's a place where you can do that on like a Tuesday. You can have a lot of fun. And after my sophomore year, I weighed more than my GPA if you removed the decimal. And I wasn't a big guy. So my guidance counselor was kind of like, hey, man, you're on like a 7-year plan right now. So I spent a couple of years working some like dead end jobs, just ways to like have money essentially to like go out to the bars with my friends. I was playing video games on my mom's couch. Um, and one day at work, I was working at a warehouse and I said to myself, like, there's no way the military is worse than this. So Air Force recruiter was the closest one to my house and knocked on the door and I was like, what's up, man? Where do you keep the planes? My recruiter was like, that's not quite how this works. And I did so little research on the Air Force that if you're not Air Force, MPs, military police officers, or security forces in the Air Force. And my recruiter was security forces. And he's like, well, what do you want to do? He's giving me the general questions. I'm like, honestly, I have no vision in mind. I just know I don't want to be a cop. A lot of my friends are against cops. My friends all join the military. They all become cops. I don't want to be a cop. And my recruiter trying to, gently be like, well, I'm security forces. And I'm like, well, that sounds fine, but just like no cops, please. Like I could have made any array of jobs, but there's a public affairs priority filling role that was set to leave. They get about like 5 throughout the United States Air Force. 5 public affairs broadcasters go through basic training every 5 weeks. And there was a slot to fill, and I got it somehow. I have no idea how. But I spent the next 4 years in Europe doing public affairs, supporting like a wide range of things. We supported the Normandy 75th anniversary from Normandy, France, the D-Day invasions. A lot towards the end was focused on COVID. I was stationed in Germany. The way the administration at the time was handling the early onset of COVID was different than the way a lot of Europe was doing it. So aligning a lot of those talking points, but just because I'm the way I am, my pet peeve was always, something like E8, E9. Would be like, hey, Airman Hudson, what's your plan? And I'd be like, oh, I'm doing 4 and I'm getting out. I'm going to go back to college. And they would always be like, oh, there's nothing wrong with that. I'd be like, yeah, I know. There's nothing wrong with that. That's why I'm doing it. But best decision I ever made, right? The Air Force, I was lucky that my job is a pretty much direct one-to-one translation into the civilian sector. And then the great experience of going to Penn State I called myself like a crusty undergrad. I was 26, right? It's not that much older than everyone else, but just that perspective I got of like what it's like to be day in, day out with like Gen Z was tremendously helpful. And then whenever I can, I always plug Penn State's the greatest college in the world, very veteran friendly. The largest dues paying alumni network in the world. So there's Penn Staters everywhere. There's a saying that like you could be lost in a crowd in like Naples, Italy, and yell like we are, and someone will yell Penn State back. after I wrapped that up, so while I was at my undergrad, I interned with Intel Core, the tech company, did a remote internship. My philosophy at first was just like spaghetti to the wall, just like if I saw a job posting, let me apply to it. And I got that, and it was really cool to get into the tech space and see like a lot of the corporate social responsibility that a really big organization with pretty much like unlimited resources was doing. Specifically, we were focused in like the greater like Hillsboro, Portland, Oregon area. And then went back to school for my senior year. And then I graduated in May of 22, and kind of like what comes next. I was applying for a lot of roles, wasn't getting a bunch. And then an opportunity with Walt Disney Animation Studios doing like more typical communication. So like my degrees in PR. This was like writing press releases, amplifying stories, things like that. So I got to spend a good chunk of time out in Burbank, California, really learning the ways of what another large company like Disney does. And then after that, I was kind of between jobs, and I actually panic called the State College, Pennsylvania Air Force recruiter because I didn't have any jobs lined up. And I was like, I'd love to commission. And the guy's like, yeah, sure. And then I mentioned I was prior service, and he was like, I have no desire to work with you, actually. It's extra paperwork, and I don't get like any extra incentive. And thank goodness that was the case, because then my current role with the Washington Nationals opened up my predecessor's Space Force spouse. And had spent the better part of a decade in DC before heading over to Hawaii. And the role opened up, and I just kind of put my name in there. Figured why not? And the Nationals selected me, which is great. And yeah, that's kind of the story of where I am now. I just wrapped up my master's degree in public relations and corporate communications at Georgetown University. I'll reference this many times throughout it, but chapter, I want to say it's 31, vocational rehab, versus chapter 33, the GI Bill. Strongly recommend it. Whether you have a job locked up or a college degree doesn't necessarily advance you as a transitioning service member, go to school no matter what. If you have no plans to transfer that to anyone, like go to school, take class online, get your BAH online stipend of like $700 a month, and just keep going to school forever. Education is something that like no one can take away from you. And it really helps as we advance as a society. The standard is no longer like a bachelor's degree in many places. When we at the Nationals are filling our intern roles for the seasons, we're cutting people who have master's degrees in like sport management. They're not making our top 10. Now there's a lot more to that when it comes to being an applicant, of course, but having more college degrees are more things that people have to say no to when they're on the hiring process. But incredibly long-winded answer of essentially like a little bit of what my background is.
Nah, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing all that, man. I love your energy and your passion that you bring to this. So thank you for that. Talk a little bit about Disney, because I know a lot of folks are interested in, what it was like. What was that experience like? We got to hear Max talk about it from his point of view. What was it like to work there and do that?
So incredible. I got out there, and my first day in the cafeteria, I was trying to ask I got some like breakfast foods, and I was asking the cashier, I'm like, do you all take tap to pay? I don't know what it was, but that 2022 California, it felt like no one was taking like Apple Pay or tap to pay. So I'm asking the cashier, I'm like, do you take tap to pay? And she's like, you don't pay for the food here. It's all like free in the Burbank cafeteria. So I grabbed like 9 more muffins, to bring back to my apartment. I was like, oh, this is incredible. It is like to work for a place. Everyone has their own reasons for working, like where they work. I was raised by a single mom who would be like, oh, I work at Herman Warehouses. It's, and then she'd have to explain it. And one of the things for me, maybe it's ego, was like, when I work somewhere, I don't want to explain to someone what they do. I want them to know. And working for a place that is so deeply embedded with like fans, truly like fanatics. I got to work the 100-year anniversary of the D23 Expo, which is the yearly expo that Disney does. They roll out all their new things, and like it was a Thursday morning in Anaheim, California, and like as far as the eye could see, folks were stretched out like waiting to get in. Like that's a brand that resonates with people so heavily. That's so incredible, and they do a great job. Cappy Surrett is another must connect with. He's former Navy public affairs. oversees the public affairs function of the park down in Florida. Navy veteran, great advocate, someone that is like a must connect with, who's always kind of similar to Max, always up to give some mentoring. But Disney's built out a great program for their veterans. They have an employee resource group, or they call it a business employee resource group called Salute, which is for veterans, Guard, reserve members as well. That name was, I'll drop his LinkedIn. I'll try to multitask. I'll drop his LinkedIn in the chat. But Cappy Surratt. But Disney's built a place, and that's always something useful to work when you're looking for a place to work, is like, what does this organization do beyond like providing me with like health insurance and like pay? One of the questions I always ask, or would ask when I was interviewing with organizations, is give me an example in the last like 6 to 12 months, something your organization has done based on employee feedback. And for the Nats, it was like we got a lot of feedback on like our break rooms were substandard, so we pumped this much money into renovating the break rooms. See if I can get right here.
When you were at Disney, were you there knowing it was just like a internship for a few months, or were you trying to convert that to a job?
My pie in the sky dream was to, since ESPN is a subsidiary of the Walt Disney Company, was to make the transition over to ESPN. And it just kind of didn't line up. I would have worked there forever if like financially it kind of made sense for me. I'm an East Coast elitist through and through. I'm from New Jersey. And as a Penn State alumni, the noon football games start at 9 a.m. out there. And I was like, I don't know if this is sustainable for me. You know, I gotta cheer on Penn State. So I was looking to get back to the East Coast either way, but like ESPN would have been a great gig. I went into it very open-minded, like, let me see what there is to offer. But that's the big thing when you're transitioning. It's a little bit of like swallow your pride. I get to, in my role with the Nationals, we work with, if a sports team has 3 military bases and a 2-hour drive, that's a lot. We work with 15 military bases here, plus the Pentagon. It's the largest collection of troops anywhere in the world, right? Is the National Capital Region. Just get to talk to a lot of people, and I'll talk to like a base commander, a colonel in 06. And they'll be like, what's it like? I'm getting ready for retirement. What advice do you have? It seems like you have the coolest job in the world. And then of course my ego is like, yeah, it seems cool, but I work very hard. I have a very cool job. That's not lost on me. But I'll tell someone like, you know, my boss is a senior vice president, and he's probably like, in terms of scope and responsibility, the equivalent of like a colonel. He could not walk onto a military base tomorrow and do a wing commander's job. So why would the inverse be true a lot of times, even if your job is like one-to-one translation? So I went from an NCO to an intern when I got out, and that was one of the best things I ever did. Especially if you're going to switch industries entirely. When I was at Disney, I would get a lot of like, hey, Sean, like on LinkedIn, like I'm a first sergeant and I'm looking to be a program manager at Disney. And I'm like, okay, well, like, what do you know about like entertainment and animation? Because I knew nothing coming into this, and I'm now an intern. But I think a lot of times folks are like, oh, like I am in a position that cares about people, and I'm going to foster community building as almost like an HR adjacent role, like a PMP. I see the program manager, you know, acronym everywhere on LinkedIn. And I'm like, okay, that's great. That doesn't exist at like 99% of jobs. Like PMPs are very like Big Four, Deloitte, Ernst & Young, Booz Allen. Like that's where those exist. So if you're able to, like financially, it's not lost on me that people have financial restrictions and obligations, but being able to like step way down the career ladder was the best thing I could have done. Cappy, who I referenced earlier when he was mentoring me, was like, you get to reinvent yourself once when you get out of the military. What are you going to do with that? And for me, I wanted to be someone in the public relations communication space who had this very wide skill set and worked for large organizations and large brands. Like increasing public sentiment was like a big deal for me. And that was something I wanted to be able to do. And it afforded, like, I'm very lucky to be where I am today, and being able to be in that role afforded me that. I totally recognize that if you're transitioning like E8 and you have a family, which I was a single service member at the time, things that those apply to you that don't apply to me. But if you're able to, almost hitting like the reset button on your career, very beneficial.
Well, it's very evident to me why you have these great jobs. Like, for someone who evaluates people all day, I know you have a lot of these qualities that are just very appealing. So kudos to you for that, man. That's awesome. Let's talk a little bit about the Nats. I mean, what is it like working for a pro sports team? What do you like about it? What are some of the challenges that you face, you know?
Yeah. My boss put it to me really great. I never thought about it. He's like, "What is our job in community relations for the Washington Nationals?" And I was like, "Oh, we want to increase shareholder value." Like I gave so many like AI generated terms. And he's like, "You're right for all of these. Like, yes, we want to like corporate social responsibility. It's important. We exist in DC that we give back to the community. Our fans want to, their money is limited, their disposable income. So they want the morals and values to align with where they're spending." But at the end of the day, my job, it actually is the same as Mackenzie Gore, James Wood, everyone. It's to help our 9 guys score more runs than the other 9 guys. Now I can't hit a curveball and I've got a bit of a noodle arm, so I'm probably not much value to the team on the field and the product on the field. But after that, especially in baseball, if you're a sports fan, it's a sport with no salary cap. So that means there's endless spending opportunities on players. So the job after that is to drive revenue for the club. And the best ways I can do that are engaging with the military, which is, when we survey our fans every year, supporting the military is one of our favorite things that they do. Or how my colleague does K-12 education, and we have Grand Slam schools throughout DC where kids learn baseball themed STEM activities. Those are all big because we have I could name all of our programs right now that have fun acronyms and stuff, but our fans aren't going to remember that. What our fans probably remember is like, "Oh, my neighbor is in the Army and he was just saying he got to go to Nats Park and work out on the field." They do that like once a month. So I'm going to support that. It's especially critical if anyone's following baseball. Our playoff odds are slim to none. I don't think we've officially been eliminated yet, but we're about 20 games below 500. I imagine if you work for the Los Angeles Dodgers, who, my friends and colleagues over there, they do a great job. But when the team's winning, it's a lot easier to get butts in seats, right?
Yeah.
So the community relations aspect of what we do is almost more critical when a club is not performing on the field. Winning solves a lot of issues. But when the team is losing, the beer is warm, the hot dogs are stale, everything's overpriced, people get too much sunburn at the games.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I fit into the organization. We have tons of things that we do. We're primarily, just because of how uniquely positioned we are, 99.9% of my bandwidth goes to active duty guard and reserve service members. When it comes to veterans in the community, we actually do not have a ton of programs built up. And that's just because a team like the Milwaukee Brewers, who, there's no active duty bases in Wisconsin, they focus all of their bandwidth on the veteran community when it comes to that military pillar, if you want to think of it like that. Versus me, I'm here to engage the uniformed folks. And then we have tons of opportunities. We just gave out 800 tickets to DoD ID card holders. The Secretary of Defense was here for Space Force Day on the 22nd. And we gave out just under 1,000 tickets to veterans and then service members alike.
That's awesome.
It's kind of back to the thing earlier, is that the folks who, it was before my time, but the 2019 World Series run, people will tell you that folks would crawl over broken glass to get to Nationals Park.
Yeah.
And I live in the neighborhood. I live a 2-minute walk from the stadium, and you see all over DC people wearing, sometimes you confuse it for the Walgreens W, but the curly W that is our logo. You see it all over, and there's a sense of pride in knowing that in one way or another, you as an employee of that organization have formed a touch point, a connection to a fan. The opportunity of, you hear the stories all the time of oh, it's my kid's first baseball game, first time coming here, being able to give them an autographed baseball or something's really impactful. And then the work is super, super tangible. When I was at Disney, I was doing a lot of press release writing. And there would be times you write a press release and then something else in the world happens and it doesn't get picked up. And I was like, oh, I should just go outside of the gate and yell this at people who are walking by. It'd probably be as effective. But the program where we let service members work out on the field is called Base Hit, HIIT, high intensity interval training. And the first one we did back in April We had about 200 service members here, and one of them FaceTimed his mom. He's from Corpus Christi, which has a really big minor league baseball presence. But when it comes to the professional space, the kind of spaced out, you're kind of far from Houston and Dallas as well. So he like FaceTimed his parents, and he's like, "I'm on a major league baseball field. I grew up playing baseball." He had like tears in his eyes. So like those hearts and minds moments, I'm like, okay, like this is easy to see the impact that my team is doing, and it's very rewarding.
Good for you, man. That is awesome. David Noor.
Hey, what's going on, Sean?
What's going on, David? How are you, buddy?
Good. So I'll tell you up front, I'm not a baseball fan, but if I've been to a Nationals game because I was stationed in that area,
Yes,
and I'll
sir.
tell everyone here, if you're not a fan, take the Metro in because there's this big escalator that goes all the way to the top because you're underground, and as soon as you get up out of there, the beer garden's right there with the stage right where they're either playing music before the game, and guess what? When you're ready for the game, you turn left and you see the stadium from there. So
Yeah.
I will tell you that experience for me, I went to like 2 or 3 while I was there. Just the experience of that, because I'd never done that, right? And I'm not into baseball, but people said, "Hey, let's go." Wherever there's beer and wherever there's hot dogs and people cheering on a team, I'm there. So I became a little bit, I'm a little
We're
bit
keenly
national
aware
fan.
of the fact that baseball is a historically boring sport dominated by like old white men playing in old time real black and white highlights. So sports in general, baseball and specifically, we're going to a point where the baseball game's almost anecdotal, unless you're a super fan, because we know there's a contingent of people who will never go see a baseball game. There's a contingent of people who would crawl over broken glass to come to a Nats game. And then in the middle, there's a selection of people who during the summer are looking for somewhere to go for like a Tuesday happy hour. So that's why we do like $5 tall boys at the stadium, because the game can be your happy hour. We have post-game concerts this year. We had Nelly perform after a rain delay. He performed at like midnight. It was insane, but so many people stayed. Ja Rule Ashanti coming up this year. For a lot of folks, like baseball is like anecdotal. It's just the vehicle that brings you to the park. Maybe you remember the racing presidents. We have 4 10-foot tall president mascots who run. They do a race after the 4th inning, and people go wild for that stuff. The
we'd always
baseball
bet.
is now. We hope we win more games, and we hope we play an exciting brand of baseball. But just the layout of baseball lends itself really well to like in-game entertainment, and that's something that we're very keen on.
Yeah, so I do remember the president's race. We used to bet who's going to buy the round. But
Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah.
But
There's a
my
fun.
question,
Yeah.
my question is like, as big as the Nationals organization is, right? Where do you think veterans fit in the sports entertainment world that maybe it doesn't translate one for one, but you go, hey, I know veterans do all sorts of things. Where can you fit that you may not see yourself, I guess, being a part of, but it makes you happy that you're like, hey, I want to be in the sports world. Because we do have some people.
So what I'll say is one of the most frequent questions, myself and my counterpart at the Commanders, Chris Bailey, who's a retired Navy captain, something we struggle with the most is how would we ever do the DoD skill bridge program right? The length, 6 months, does not encapsulate an entire regular season for either of us. On top of that, the Department of Labor has some rules on skill bridge where you have to offer X amount of employees full-time employment at the end of it. Most sports teams on a game day, I would say we have about 800 to 900 employees here. So that's the third-party concessionaires. We have a third-party security system. We have the ushers and the ticket takers who only work game days. If you were to come to Nationals Park like December 14th, I think we have like 150 employees here. Our model's much closer to a small business. If this was like a TED talk and I was trying to get your attention at the beginning of it, what I would say is that companies don't hire veterans. Companies hire marketers, communications people, video and TV production, like all the jobs for that. So like being a veteran in itself might not be the thing that gets you hired, but it's one more thing to make someone in HR say no to. My general recommendation when I have people of all ages, regardless of military background, reach out is if you want to get into sports, the best way to break in is through the ticket office. If you've ever seen The Wolf of Wall Street, our ticket floor is just like that, but only instead of penny stocks, they're trying to sell noon on a Thursday games against the former Oakland Athletics. They're trying to get you to buy those tickets. But they're all people who are early career, which is a great way to look at yourself transitioning out of the military. They're all early career and they're really just buying their time. They're checking that box. We have, when we post job postings, it's so annoying, but you have your resume and then you have to copy and paste your whole resume right into the job selection. But most companies will put 2 or 3 little boxes at the bottom. And it'll be like, do you have 3 years in sports? Yes or no? Do you need an H-1B visa for this role, or will you need sponsorship? If you oftentimes select no to either of those are auto disqualifying questions for a job resume. So your thing will come up like auto DQ'd, and most people hiring managers won't even look at it. A lot of people, they're on the ticket floor and they have a degree in marketing and they're waiting for an entry-level marketing role to open up, but they're checking the box for that like 1 to 3 years in sports. It's also a phenomenal just with the turnover, because it's all pretty much, early career people. If there's 50 people on that floor, half of them have cycled out in 18 months. But that means that you've networked with now the 25 people supplementing them. And now they're in a role maybe with the Minnesota Twins or the Los Angeles Sparks or the Miami Dolphins. And now by being connected to them via LinkedIn or however you do it, you're now gaining access to more and more people in your network and more opportunities. When we post a job, we'll get 300 people in the first day and a half to apply. So the big thing is like speed. Like I'll preach LinkedIn through and through. I'm not sponsored, but I wish I was. You all get a year of LinkedIn Premium free as either a service member, a spouse, someone transitioning, a veteran. And those are like, there's a lot of insights that are available to you that really will propel you when it comes to the job market. So much so that like I still pay for LinkedIn Premium out of pocket because I think it's so valuable. But having those networks set up and those opportunities and being really fast, like speed is the key with a lot of sports jobs, because like they're the fun jobs that everyone wants to do. And the best applicant might be, 550, the 550th person to apply, but we're not going to wait that long. We can find someone good enough. That's what most companies are, just looking for someone who's good enough versus like the ideal dream candidate. We can probably find that person on day one of the job posting being open, which transparently saves our team a ton of time having to like vet resumes, go through them, everything like that. Like we want to get that role hired quickly and efficiently. So being kind of the first. So like if you're, I live in Miami, I love the Dolphins. I want to work for the Dolphins. Just having like notifications set up on whether it's Teamwork Online is a website that caters to sports jobs, or LinkedIn or the Miami Dolphins website, that when a job that fits these parameters drops, I want to know about it because I want to be first. Those are all big things. So sports is, and once you're in sports, like in some ways the only way out is kind of like in a body bag type thing. Like there are people who spend their whole lives in sports and then you can bounce around from department to department. We've seen people go like communications to marketing to like baseball operations. So those are the guys who they're right outside my office who they're doing like coding and Python, and they're trying to find out if a guy hit 375 in the Venezuelan league, how would that look at AA Harrisburg here for the Nationals? But that first job, it's the hardest one, but it's the most critical one for sure.
No, yeah, I like what you say, and it almost, to me, it almost like comes down to you got to be willing to grind. If you want to be in the sports and entertainment world, you got to be a grinder. And you, when you meet people that are into sports, they're into the data or statistics or just into like the sport, they like it. They're grinders. They're grinders.
Absolutely, yeah.
Most of them are gamblers, so they want to.
My advisor at Penn State like just flagged for me. He's like, "Hey, as a heads up, you're going to Disney, and if you want to translate this into full time, just know that when your gig is up and you're looking for full-time employment and you want $3 more per hour, there are people who will do it for $3 less per hour with identical resumes to you." So sports and entertainment, like, yeah, it's a dogfight at the beginning. Totally. That's where like maybe you've got your VA disability and you're going to school online and you can, supplement some of that income. That actually gives you a huge step up, or you've saved up the funds to, I'm going to take a little bit of less money off my salary, but like, guess what? I've got VA healthcare. So like I can balk on those expenses where I usually would. And that's like very much a great equalizer in that space.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the big message for the veterans here too, like including me, is like I did 21 years and you're like, man, I've been grinding for 21 years in the military. And it's like I'm transitioning and you're like, well, the grind's not over. You're gonna have to
Yeah,
grind for something
it's
else
not
now.
at
So
all. But the great thing is, with the skills, and mostly transparently, it's the soft skills of like being on time, being prepared that the military offer. I think those go way further than the hard skills, especially if your job is not a one-to-one like we talked about. You'll promote quick. Just with the way turnover works in sports, you will promote quickly. All those things, there's like that 10 things to do that require no talent, right? It's like be coachable, open to feedback, be on time, be prepared. Like those things will get you promoted very fast, especially in like in sports in particular.
awesome. Thanks for your time, Sean. Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
This is such great advice. I love hearing this from you because you've been at two amazing companies, and I think it's just so important for everyone to hear these messages that
The
you're
great thing
sharing.
is I'm like the
Yeah.
dumbest guy in the world. So if I can do it, anyone can do it.
But like, isn't this the type of guy you guys would enjoy like working with? Like I could tell, you got such a nice personality. I could tell you have probably a lot of fun at the office. You joke around, you have a good time, and
I'll say this. I, as a badge of honor, tell people that I'm a personality hire. A, because my time is so valuable. My colleagues' time is so valuable. We wouldn't interview someone who wasn't qualified. So to that point, you know how it is. You see your coworkers more than you see your family a lot of time. Like, why would you not want to be someone enjoyable to be around?
Yeah.
Like, why would you not? Like, yeah, personality hire. Yeah, of course, man. Like, actually, people don't dread when I walk into their office to ask them a
Right.
question.
So true.
So yeah, to that extent, I love it.
I
Personality
love how
hire
you
through and
said
through.
too, like just do the easy things, whatever, those 10 things, just nail them. It takes no skill. Most
Yeah, I
people
mean, if
neglect
you
that.
know well enough in the military, if you want to qualify for a quarterly award, like pass your PT test and don't drink and drive. Like then you're instantly in the top like 25% of your like career field. You know what I like that's the easy stuff. And then you fix a telecommunication system that increased man hour optimability by 9 hours per week and all that fun stuff. And then you get into what is actually your job. You can avoid like the dumb stuff, right? Like show up to work on time. Like that's easy enough. And like of course there's like reasons to be late wherever, but
So
doing
we
those things, you'll go up quick.
so we've been spending a lot of time the last few days helping everyone's working on their elevator pitch. So we had two
Yeah.
volunteers who want you to hear theirs and then give them a little feedback. So who are the two folks, Dave?
Daniel Garcia, Mike Morales.
All right, Daniel, come on
Get them
down.
up. Let's get them
Or
up.
Andrew Sears. Or Cedric too, because he didn't get on the
All
last.
right, get in there, Cedric. You can
Anyone,
take
let me
us
hear
out.
it.
Hey,
Good
how's it going,
morning.
Todd?
My
Wait,
name
hold
is
on.
Dan.
We got to spotlight you. Someone spotlight whoever's talking. Is that Cedric?
It's Daniel.
Daniel, go ahead, Daniel.
Oh, Daniel. Okay.
All right. So there are a few things about me that you would love to add to your team. First thing is the ability to learn and overcome. I've always been placed in situations where I had to do my own research and create my own learning processes for everyday use. I love to teach and embrace challenges because I believe you are only as strong as your weakest link. Weakest links doesn't necessarily mean they are not great. It just means they're not informed. Passion is something that is misconstrued and only seen in sports entertainment today. Passion is doing something that you love and always figuring out ways to do it better. I bring positive energy and grace in all challenges. Easy thing to do is get frustrated and upset when you are uncertain about the unknown. The hardest part is standing tall, smiling, and appreciating the fact that you get to make a difference not only in yourself, but in changing the future.
Yeah, let's get some ovations going. That was beautiful. Hold on.
Well done, buddy. Well done.
That was good. No, I like it a lot, for sure. With elevator pitches now, if you're like connecting with someone who like, if I had a job for you, I always say the easiest thing is to be like, hey, there's so much to me. Like if we're presumably in a proverbial elevator, give it all. But what you need to know is like blank, blank, blank. And like for me, that would be I'm an Air Force veteran. I have experience at the Nats and like skill set. But other than that, yeah. And that's that's solid through and through. I was like emotional. And I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing that. I really have like no feedback.
Way to go, Daniel. Good job, buddy. All right, who's up next?
Hey, Sean, can you hear me?
For Ken.
Hey, this is Cedric Williams.
Awesome. Let's hear it, Cedric.
I want to say thanks for coming on, talking to us veterans. So I'm a detail-oriented IT professional with a strong foundation in both technical support and project management. I have years of leadership experience, hands-on experience solving end-user issues, managing systems, and securing digital assets. I thrive on keeping technology running smoothly and securely. I'm CompTIA Security Plus certified. I have a bachelor's degree in IT management, and I have a TS clearance as well. I thrive on keeping technology running smoothly and securely. Giving me the certifications and the education I have given me the tools to identify vulnerabilities, respond to threats, and support users effectively. One example I had was when I was in Korea, I supported a team of over 40 personnel, military and civilians, and I've managed all 3 work centers under my belt. It was a high, fast-paced area. Things needed to get done. They got done right away, and I was able to just take control and make sure that our customers, which was the wing at an enterprise level, were supported. I'm especially passionate about helping organizations strengthen their cybersecurity posture. So while ensuring reliable IT operations, I'm not looking for an opportunity where I can continue growing and protecting what matters most. I want to protect your data and systems. So,
Yeah, thank you. Some more ovations, please. This is a great point, I think, Cedric, that your elevator pitch for IT would look different than my elevator pitch for community relations. IT, you know better than I, very like binary. Like there is a problem and there is a solution, and we're going to make that happen.
right.
First, like if I was looking for a job, fundraising for the Washington Nationals philanthropy, I'd probably be talking about some more emotional, less binary things about like the idea of bringing community together. So that's to that point, what I would say is your elevator pitch probably doesn't have to be as like emotional as the first one we heard. Yours is very like data driven and supported.
Right.
But yeah, that's phenomenal. Thank you for sharing.
Well done, man. I thought it was
Thanks
excellent, man.
Thanks
Great,
for the
great
feedback.
stroke.
That was the
Great
first go at it. I didn't really practice it.
No, yeah, that's solid.
That was good. Victor, you're up.
I don't want to do the pitch, but I do
That's
have
okay.
a question.
What's up?
So first of all, nice to meet you. My name is Victor. Thank you for coming, making time for you to talk to us. I did want to say one thing is I remember last year I was deployed. You guys did something for Independence Day.
Oh,
you guys did like a live. Yeah, you guys did like
Yeah.
you guys did a live broadcast. I thought it was pretty dope. Being a part of that.
That's good feedback.
And then we got to meet 2 players too. So I just want to say
Yeah.
thank you for that experience.
Yeah, of course. We were supposed to go back out there this 4th of July, and then on the 30th of June, Iran lobbed a few missiles at All You Need, and the base commander called, and he's like, "Yeah, it's probably not a good time to come right now." And I was like, "Oh, what makes you say that?" So we're heading out there September 12th through the 14th. We're really excited to head back out there and engage with it should have been Independence Day, but engage with the troops. Bring our nation's pastime, all the way across the world to them. But it's good that you had a good time. It's funny, I've run into like what? All You Need's only got 7,000 people deployed there at any time. I've run into 4 or 5 folks who here locally and now you online have been like, "Oh, I was at All You Need last year when you all came, and it was an incredible time." So glad you enjoyed it. We love doing it.
Yeah, no, thank you. So my question is, I'm planning on being an educator soon once I transition out, right? And obviously when I'm starting my career, like I want to be able to bring like the experiences to my school or whatever school I work for. So I was just curious, how does the process work for like if I like say whatever school I'm at, if we're interested in wanting to like work with you to see if we can do like a field trip or do all the cool experiences that you guys offer. What is the process to that? Do we look online? Is there an email? I know there's a bunch of other schools applying. Like, I'm just curious to hear how the process is.
Yeah, so for one, I would look into the Troops to Teachers program if you haven't already. It's a really solid way of transitioning service members into the classroom in an educator standpoint. We, like every other sports team, have our front office roster listed somewhere on our website. It's accessible. Oftentimes it's got like an email there or a phone, or you go the LinkedIn route. But when it comes to that, I would make sure the school's not already involved. So like here in DC, we've got like a large amount of schools involved, either in our Grand Slam schools or our Nats Prep, which takes students interested in tourism and hospitality and brings them to the park once a month to learn about what it's like to run a Major League Baseball team. But like reaching out and asking is probably like the overall, like you don't get anything you don't ask for. So undoubtedly someone in your district, if you're local to a sports team, would be connected and have like that point of contact, or you just forge your own LinkedIn, email. I would look up, like, I don't know, like, for example, like what the Miami Marlins, you know, what their thing looks like. Do they have phone numbers or how that works? Transparently, most major sports teams, people's email is their first name dot their last name at the team name.com. You know, Greg.Johnson at dolphins.com, Sean.Hudson at nationals.com. The algorithm, it's not a well-kept secret if it's supposed to be a secret. So whatever way is easiest to reach out and accessible. Sometimes a team will have like interested in partnering with us, reach out here. Or you could even email. Tickets exist. Like the ticket team is very accessible because we want to sell you tickets. I get 3 or 4 emails forwarded to me a month that are sent to the ticket team, but they're looking for me. And those folks just forward the contact info.
That's great. Good question.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I just want to know because, you know, I don't know what school I work at, and I just want to be able, like, once I get like start working there, if they don't have that, like, I want to talk to, you know, the principal administration and see if we're able to make those opportunities, you know. So I really appreciate you answering the question. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Good
Thank
luck.
you, buddy. All right. Did we have all right, one more last question from Jacob. Go ahead, bud.
Hey, Sean. So I just had one quick question. How busy are you on game days? Like, is it just like a operations center that everybody's just kind of in tune and watching every detail of every action that y'all plan, or is it pretty smooth operations?
Yeah. So I and the CR team are heavily involved, probably more than most community relations teams for other sports are involved in their game days. The commanders do a walkthrough on Joint Base Andrews, and it's a big thing. It's really nice. And the Joint Base Andrews 2 commanders ago, commander came up to me. He's like, "Why don't we ever do this with the Nats?" And I was like, "Well, sir, we don't practice. Like that sounds weird, but we don't practice. The commanders and other sports have access to lots of practice time." So that means we really get a lot of our fan-facing touch points. We talked about earlier how it's important that fans know what we do so that we align with their morals and they want to spend money with us. We either pregame, we call them like spirit awards, but we'll recognize someone pregame down on the field, smile and wave type stuff. Builds a lot of goodwill with that community partner. We're the only team in Major League Baseball who recognizes the military at all 81 home games. So after the 3rd inning, if you've ever been to a Nationals game, or if you haven't been, you'll see 14 service members sitting behind home plate in our premium Terra Club area. And after the 3rd inning, we put them on the scoreboard. Everyone kind of claps for them. So for me, very involved. What's nice is a lot of Major League Baseball teams have their corporate offices at the stadium, which is not commonplace for any other sport, NFL, NBA, NHL. Because where our offices would take up like paid seating opportunities. So like the Commanders practice in practice in Ashburn, Virginia. The corporate offices are in College Park, Maryland, and then at least for now they play in Landover, Maryland, soon to be DC. So I also, like, if I'm at a game, I'll sit down and, like, you know, send out some emails or something like that. But they're pretty involved. Now that's not the case for everyone. If you're on the marketing team, you do all your stuff ahead of the homestand. So that's how we measure things in baseball is, for example, we'll play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll play 6 games in 7 days starting August 1st. So the whole organization will get together ahead of the homestand. And the marketing team is pushing all their stuff you need to know about that homestand now. And then kind of it's, you know, they press play and there's not a lot to be done during the homestand. Same thing for me is I'm doing a lot of my work ahead of time and then I'm just doing the activations in game. for that. Now, if you're on the guest experiences team, the game is your Super Bowl, right? Like making sure the ushers know that the soda fountain in section 312 doesn't work. So we're gonna have to direct everyone else to the nearest section, or it's a hot day, our conference room is open as a cool down area with air conditioning. Those are like, that's all they operate around is the game. If you're in like guest experiences, like tickets, it's a little bit of both. But for someone like CR, it's game involved, but not, I'm certainly not the most, I'm not the busiest person at the park on a game day.
The good question. Sean, thank you so much, man. This was amazing, man. I loved this session truly with you, and I appreciate you coming here and bringing the energy and sharing all these great tips with everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Good luck. My mantra when I was going through basic training was certainly I'm not the worst guy to ever join the Air Force, and people dumber than me have done it. People dumber than you have made this transition and done it successfully. You all are going to do great. Utilize all your resources when you separate. Do I have time to plug stuff, Jordy, or am I killing your
Yeah,
time?
go for it, baby.
If you're going to take oh man, what's it called? Terminal leave. You can do that anywhere. The military doesn't check where your location is. So if you have plans to be in Los Angeles, but then you end up in Norman, Oklahoma, that's fine. And it's better than the inverse because the military will not correct you when you think you're going to be in Norman, Oklahoma, and then you're in Los Angeles, and that BAH is way different. Chapter 31 GI Bill, or that's a vocational rehab, utilize it to give everyone. I had 4 semesters of Penn State before the Air Force. The Air Force, the Chapter 31 vocational rehab, I've got my bachelor's, my master's degree, and now I can transition back to the GI Bill for my PhD. Very useful. Everything medical wise, get a sleep test done before you get out. Any aches and pains, get that documented for sure. And then network. Don't just network with other transitioning veterans or people who are in military spaces like me. Network with, for me, when I was at Penn State, it was I wanted to network with sports people, but I wanted to network with everyone in communications, and I wanted to network with everyone who went to Penn State. So utilize those resources for sure. Go to school, keep getting educations, right? You can get like an MBA through like West Virginia online and just do like the discussion boards like, hey, Jordy, I love how you took 2 + 2 and made it 4, right? Like those like painful ones. You can do that, and it's low hanging fruit. You can just tell war stories when you're in the military and do the readings. You're entitled to those benefits, though. Please use them.
And go to Nats games.
Yeah, and go Nats.
Go Nats, buddy. Thank you so much. This was awesome. We appreciate
Thank you
man.
all. Appreciate you all. Have a good one.
Yeah, you got it, man. All right, guys, that was good. So we'll take a break, take an hour break for lunch. I like that one. Did you guys like him, man? Wasn't he good? I'll tell you what I love the best about him, and it's just you could see like his personality, right? His like energy, how he was having fun. He wasn't taking it too seriously. That stuff goes so far in business, so far. Because people want to be around other people like that. We're going to spend more times at work than you're going to spend at home, for most of us. And you want to have a good time. You want to be around people who are cool. And it just takes a little bit of energy, to do that. But man, you come across like that in the interviews. Did you notice like he conflicted himself? First he said, hey, you got to get in through the ticket office and do your 3 years working there, or 1 to 3. He didn't do that to get into his job, right? But there are what do you say, 300 people apply to applied when they post a position within a day.
Jordy, he also said something that like we were just talking about. He said personality wins.
Yeah.
I have so many. We're not gonna interview someone that is not qualified. If you can have a personality, you can win the interview. So
absolutely,
that's huge right there.
Be yourselves. Don't be someone you're not, but just don't feel like you have to put these people on pedestals when you're interviewing with hiring managers. Just try your best to relax and be comfortable, pretend like you're hanging out with buddies, not too casual, but they want to be able to evaluate your personality, and they want to be able to envision what it's going to be like to sit next to you all day, right? And a lot of people make the mistake. They just get so wound up over trying to impress that they come off very stiff and boring, and that just comes with practice, right? And just doing more of these. The more opportunities you have to talk to people in your field, and really anyone, um, will help you. But I do love, if anyone wants that cool job, like those sexy jobs, like working in sports or entertainment, yes, you're going to have more competition for those, no doubt. If the company is well known, like it's a brand name, like a Fortune 5,000 company where we know the name if you hear it, there's always going to be more competition for that. But I love what he said about going in through the sales door, right? You want to work in operations there, but you start out in the sales and ticket sales. It's just a sacrifice. It's a small sacrifice, and you get in there and you just absolutely kick ass. You don't let anyone beat you to work. You don't let anyone stay later than you. You work your butt off. You ask for extra work. You meet people, you network. And I would be shocked if he said his example was if there are 50 people in there in 18 months, half of them are gone or something like that. I would bet it's much sooner. I know a lot of people have done that route. Most people don't last a month, 2 months, 3 months in those jobs because they're hard, and they quit and they fall out, and it's the last person standing. And that's the best way into those companies. You prove to them you're going to generate some revenue for them, and then you got people's attention, you know. Anyway, wait, what else did I all right, so let's break for hour 10, come back at 2, and then we got 2 more speakers for today. All right, thank you guys.
Oh, many people. They talk
Hey Dave, how's it going, man?
Good. How are you?
It's Tuesday.
I hear that. I mean, I remembered this morning, and then work started getting in the way, and I went, "Huh, maybe I'm not going to lunch right now. I'll go after." But that's okay.
Stupid work.
I know, silly me trying to make money.
I know. I don't know what you're thinking. I mean,
You know that commission work doesn't work for itself.
no, I mean, I don't understand how we don't get paid in sunshine and air and get by.
I think our energy should pay for us ourselves. That's how I think it should work.
Oh my goodness, if that was it. Yeah, Taco Tuesday. Not today. It's burger and dog day since it's maybe 100 degrees here, so no indoor cooking.
Yeah, I think I'm eventually just going to go over to the famous Dairy Queen and get myself a chili cheese dog from them because they make the best.
Oh, DQ. We got a place that near where I grew up. It is a freaking biker hole in the wall. It's in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, called Tio's.
Okay.
They sell you these little chili dogs, and they're absolutely disgusting. And when I go, I get like 4 or 5 of them.
But they're absolutely disgusting.
Terrible. Terrible.
I just need to go back to Indiana so I can get me some White Castle.
Oh man, I had White Castle like once at a drive-through on a like I was coming back from a TDY or school or something, and I was like, "Well, I've heard about it. I've seen the movie. I can't smoke the weed, but well, I'll try White Castle." Man, those things also disgusting. But I must have had a half a dozen of them. I
Oh,
starving
they're
after one
they're
day of
crinkle.
driving.
You have their crinkle fries. You have about 6 of them, and you're good. It's
Yeah,
freaking awesome.
we got there's a college town near like where Jordy lives,
Yeah.
not too far from me. UMass Amherst is there, and there's like 5 other colleges.
Right.
And there's dispensaries left and right. And I said, man, if I had the money to open a franchise, I'd drop a White Castle in there, find a good manager,
Mhm.
and never work again.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it is 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, I'll give these guys another minute. I usually give it like 1 minute after and then get cranking as they come back, log in and all that stuff.
So I let Jordy know I'm no longer with Hire One. I'm with Monty with Lean
Yeah,
Synergy
Monty.
Systems. Yeah, we're turning and burning, and it's a great group, and really enjoying being that bag toter. No responsibilities other than tell me what you want to go find, Monty. I'll get it for you. And
Yeah. Monty's
let
a good
you.
dude. We worked, he was in recruiting in the garden the same time I was.
Okay.
So yeah, we had to beat the same bushes, so I get it.
Yeah. We were talking. We were talking about something electric, and I'm like, dude. I mean, I know nothing on technology, but you're a technical recruiter. Yeah, because I can read. It's not that hard. I'm like, I understand how you guys are in the Air Force because it takes 3 people to screw in a light bulb, literally, because you have different AFCs. And he goes, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Okay, as a photographer, I could do everything when I was a photographer. You only had one guy that could print, another guy that could shoot, another guy that could process everything. You couldn't do everything that all at once. It didn't work that way. You weren't given permission." And he goes, "Okay, you're right." I'm like, "I know I'm right."
I changed all the bulbs on my aircraft.
Hey, if you know any airfield lighting people, let me know.
Off the top of my head, but I'll keep that in the back of my grave because that is definitely a very particular job. But here
It is.
we'll let me hit this button. Let's see, request. See who's on, if we can get this recorded. But I'll get you started. So, hey, thanks for joining us back from lunch today, everybody. We're excited to welcome Dave Wallace, Navy vet, Navy, with over 2 decades of military service and another 28 years leading talent acquisition across both corporate and government sectors. He's now recruiting for Lean Synergy Solutions, where he focuses on helping veterans and transitioning service members find purpose-driven roles in the civilian world, to include airfield lighting right now. But more than that, Dave's a mentor, coach, and veteran advocate who's built skill bridge programs, launched ERGs, worked here, and helped hundreds of people make the leap successfully. Today, he's here to share what works, what doesn't, and how you can own your own your next chapter. So, and I managed to get it all. I know I had to miss a couple things. You've been busy.
Yeah. I mean, the longer you're out, the more I guess you could say the more experiences you have. And, I think that's going to resonate well with all of you. I mean, you're all either in this transitioning phase or may have possibly started figuring it out. And, I could tell you, it's a journey. You may think that that first job is going to be your end all be all. And, I used to think that too. Your journey is what you make it. And, the older you get, closer you get to wanting to retire completely, the more time you want to spend for yourself. And you'll definitely talk about that. But mostly, I'll give you guys a little bit more of a background than what uh, Ernest gave. I started out in the Navy, did 20 years, 6 months, 13 days, because we know how long we spent on that prison sentence of the military. And say it jokingly because I really enjoyed my entire time. Started out as a photographer and then moved on into recruiting, and I'm still doing recruiting today. Did over 13 and a half years in the recruiting field in the recruiting on the military side, and now I'm almost at 16 years on the civilian side. So that if you've done the fuzzy math, it goes beyond your 20 digits. I've been out for a little bit and I've been doing this for a little bit. But with that being said, I've also been able to see a lot of different things. Recruiting has changed. Your biggest obstacle is getting through to that recruiter, how to work with that recruiter, or different techniques, different networking skills, things that you need to do. Even somebody like myself, it's one of those things where the recruiters aren't like recruiters from back in the day. Recruiting changes a lot, and I really want to share with you guys what I see, not only in my own journey of recruiting, but also to help you guys in finding that meaningful employment. So, really I think the best thing to do with this time that I have with you guys is to really open up. I could talk forever and a day. I'm a recruiter, that's my job. But what I'd like to hear from is questions from you. I want to make this interactive. I want this to be something that you could have already heard something and hey, I want to hear something else. I don't want to sound like a broken record. I want to be able to make this time with each of you meaningful for you. What questions do you have on your end? And I'll be able to go from there. So, how about I start with Diana?
Call her right out. And she's not there. We'll have Hey, I'll start you off with one. So, I mean, you mentioned, not your forever job. I had a guy in here the other day, and he put it pretty well in my mind that, your first job, think about it as a throwaway job because it's probably not going to last. Don't treat it like that, but think about it like that. What are your thoughts on that? Because, the transition is such a big difference. You get into something, and then all of a sudden you realize very different than what you imagined.
Well, everybody's experience is different. And there's the Batman in the background. I'm a huge Batman 66 fan, so you'll see that all over the place. I was fortunate. My very first job that I had, I really thought that I was going to go for the gold watch. I worked for Lockheed Martin, that small little startup. So when you get in there, it's a really big thing and you take a lot of pride in it. I was with them for 11 and a half years and I grew in that company, not only as a recruiter, but in my experiences. I can say that I created the legacy of the SkillBridge program for Lockheed Martin. When SkillBridge first came out, it was not as well versed as it is right now. Companies weren't touching it. They were scared. They didn't believe that it was a viable piece. And going through the legal piece of it was pretty daunting. And, I used to have a full head of hair, and now look at me. That's, I say it jokingly, but it was that difficult. I had a general and an admiral from Lockheed that assisted me with that. But it's evolved over that time frame. But 11 and a half years in, I've right around when COVID hit, they had a reduction in force, and I got hit with that. And let me tell you, that stung because I thought I was untouchable. When you get past that 10-year mark, you think you're good, you're solid, never get comfortable because you never know. I mean, especially in today's world, and you've seen it in the news, Doge, all that other stuff, whatever you want to call it. Companies don't have you may be invested in them, but they're all invested in the bottom line. And no matter how much you work, how hard you work, in the end, it's all going to be about nothing personal. It's business.
Yeah.
And that was the hardest pill for me to swallow.
Yeah. John, go ahead, sir.
Hey, David, got a kind of a weird question for you, but I think your perspective is going to be super helpful. So with recruiters using AI and with applicants using AI, it's kind of like AI, inception going on out there. So how do we cut through the noise and grab the eye of a recruiter? And then once we have, how do we get to move forward to the hiring manager?
There's a couple different pieces, and I really appreciate that because that's something I like talking about. Because even myself, looking for jobs, careers, I can't even break through the AI. There, a lot of the new recruiters nowadays, and I don't care about throwing them under the bus. The new recruiters that are all into AI and the parsing of the resume and all the bells and whistles of what they're trying to do with AI, it takes out the personal side of things. It takes away from the conversations, the meaning. A lot of recruiters are using AI so much that they've forgot the old thing of opening up a resume and actually reading it, actually picking up the phone and connecting with somebody, expecting AI to solve your problem of finding that perfect person. And that's not going to happen if you're not picking up the phone and talking to somebody. You can read a lot in there. AI is knocking people out because they've held different jobs over the last 5 years. The economy, the job world right now is not stable, whether it's the federal sector or whatever. People bounce around for a lot of different reasons, and sometimes you need to get that story. And there could be a wide variety of things. It could be bad culture. It could be, hey, this was not what it was amount to be, or something personal happened in their life. So AI is a tough thing to get around. Your best thing, and you're going to hear this over and over, is networking. Third party people like myself is probably your number one bet in today's world. Having the third party staffing companies going to bat for you, those third parties are going directly to the hiring manager. They have a relationship with that hiring manager to get you not only past the ridiculous the ATS applications out there, which you submit and you download your resume or upload your resume into the ATS, and then what are you doing? You're regurgitating and rewriting everything over and over because most of the ATS systems out there suck point blank, and you're redoing and you have to make sure that the application is correct. So a third party is really the last 3 jobs that I've had is through a third party because I've gotten myself in there to tell my story. You've got to be able to tell your story to let people understand listening and liking you. Still, if there's a specific company that you're looking for on LinkedIn, you can go in and you can identify the recruiters that are out there, people that are on the hiring team, and reach out to them. Hopefully that works. But then again, they're inundated with that same piece right there. So, it's not the easiest answer to describe, but I can tell you my feelings on it and tell you what I see out there, because I just don't see a lot of recruiters picking up that phone anymore and calling. And with my company at Lean Synergy, even though we're about 115 days old, we're breaking that mold. We're breaking that tradition of the AI-induced labor and opening up every resume, looking at every person that comes into our application process for whatever field, and connect with them and at least do something. And then from there, the AI side that we use is more of time management, of helping put together a better resume. helping to align with what the hiring manager needs. I could tell you for us on the staffing side, we don't care the length of the resume. Does it get you to the end game? And right now I'm at like an 88% phone screen to submission to interview piece right now. So I think I kind of know a thing or two about how to get people through the system.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and thank you for just, I mean, viewing people as people instead of just a data point.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating out there, and I get it. You have a lot of people out there you got people that are more sourcers than recruiters. Real recruiters are recruiters that are relationship builders. They are people that want to form a relationship with you and walk you through the process. That's what a true recruiter should be doing. You should have a relationship with that recruiter all the way through the process, what we call the white glove treatment. We make sure that your application is good. We make sure your write-up is good for the presentation to the hiring manager. And then we're also working with a hiring manager to really understand what they're looking for. So it's on both sides right there. And that's what you really want to see out there. You want to see more and more of that. But again, you got to find a job. And I'm only one recruiter. We're only one company. There's plenty of companies out there that, you may have interest in, but you never know through networking. You never know who knows somebody. I mean, I've got over 22,000 followers on LinkedIn. So I've got a fairly good connection of people. And it's kind of funny, talking here today, like Ernest said, I actually built the original SkillBridge program for Seven Eagle Group. So I do have a connection with Seven Eagle.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yeah.
So if you were getting out today, what do you wish somebody told you 6 months out? Well, what piece of advice were you never given?
Believe that don't count on anything in TAP class. That's one.
Oh, yeah.
Because TAP class is a joke. I've been fighting with Department of Labor ever since I came into the civilian workforce because I don't believe in basically they can hire a monkey to come in and run the TAP class these days because all they're doing is regurgitating and reading off of a PowerPoint slide that was created by the Department of Labor. It doesn't truly tell you and give you the information you need on how to transition out. You don't know what you don't know until you get out. I think the biggest thing that I would look into is immediately begin your networking. 6 months, a year out, start doing that networking, start looking at what people are talking about, connecting with the true subject matter experts out there on LinkedIn, the people that can truly get you ready for your transition, the Michael Quinns, who can give you the big in and out of LinkedIn, how to totally navigate LinkedIn, building on your LinkedIn profile, having that ready. There's not going to be a perfect resume out there, and anybody out there that says that they're a resume expert, liar. There's no such thing because every company out there has a different way and a different feel and a different look of what they want that resume to be. There's bits and pieces that you can get from everybody, but there's no such thing out there. Don't spend money on a resume, especially with ChatGPT. My God, you yourself can create with the proper prompts, your resume, cutting and pasting and molding it in there. There's no need to be spending money on resumes. I think, looking at identifying people that can mentor you in how to prepare for an interview, that's definitely something that I would practice because not everybody can speak well or are good talking in front of people. And you're going to be naturally nervous on that first one or two interviews that you will have. And of course, go to job fairs, not to find a job, but to network and learn, like just what I said, learn what kind of resume they're looking for, what is it, and networking with that person to get your foot in the door with that particular company.
Even on the networking side of things, you know, on LinkedIn, we beat it to death, I'll be the first to admit, because it's important. But is there any messages that you send when you're making a connection, or that you see that you're like, yeah, absolutely, I'm going to connect with this guy, or yeah, that guy connected with me instantly because, you know, any sort of personal touch that you add to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be personal. I mean, for me, I reverse engineer when I'm messaging. You know, I'm trying to connect. I'm letting them know, hey, thank you. You know, I see that you got this experience. Do you happen to know anybody like yourself that is looking for a career opportunity? I never go after somebody and say, hey, got a job for me? That's the number one thing that totally turns me off.
Mhm.
It's not trying to be real, and they're. I will never treat anybody that I'm reaching out to as a number, and I wouldn't want that to happen on my end either. You know, put some peace behind it. Hey, I understand that you guys have this opportunity here within your organization. Do you have some time for us to talk so I could see whether or not I would be a good fit? Have a little more meat in your conversation gets me going. You know, a 1 or 2 line piece out there does nothing for me.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, so on the job fair side of thing, do you try to get a LinkedIn connection there while you're at job fairs,
Oh yeah,
or?
no, absolutely. Yeah, no, I always keep it open. I always keep my AirDrop open so they can do that. You know, yeah, you could do the QR code thing because everybody does it. But you know, heaven forbid if you have a real business card out there anymore. But you know, I think, you know, at the job fair, it's a little different because you feel like you're going through like it's a cattle call. And, you know, depending upon the size of the company, you may have 10 seconds to impress that person. You know, maybe a little something, especially like when I was with Lockheed, you know, we'd have lines out the door and you'd have to figure out, and I would be actually doing, I'd have everybody come in and I talked to like 20, 30 people at the same time because I may not know, and that recruiter at that or representative at the job table may not have all the information of the opportunities that are out there. And the larger the company, the more positions. The more positions, the less likely they probably know what that position is. But it's a connection. And it's something where you really need to go, hey, here's my resume. I know, you know, prepare yourself. I know that there's a opportunity here. Print out that opportunity and get that attached with the resume. That's easier for the recruiter to go back, look it up, and then move it along the way.
Yeah, makes sense. John, go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, John, how you doing, man?
I'm doing excellent, thank you. So I've only been to one job fair, but along that topic, I had a very minimal amount of time to kind of gain information before going in. And often
Right.
in time, if I can't immediately recognize, if it says Coca-Cola, everyone understands Coca-Cola. But for smaller companies, I don't know them. And I found it difficult to talk with recruiters if even I wanted to further that connection, because they couldn't really describe the job that I would be going into very well. So from your perspective as a recruiter, what kind of engagement would you see someone at a job fair kind of be able to discuss with you rather than strictly my qualifications?
Yeah, I mean, you know, for you on your end, it's an easy thing where you could do a reconnaissance, walking around the job fair, kind of looking at the different companies, maybe taking some of the brochures, kind of skim through, kind of see what they have, because we do have promotional material that could get you a little better suited, so you know whether or not it works well. You know, if you're not in the IT or cyber world, it may or may not be a good fit for you. So you kind of got to walk around, kind of get a feel for it. But, you know, at the same time, every company has the basic positions too. They always have HR, they always have finance, they have some version of IT, you know, in the corporate level. You don't want to throw anything out as well. So maybe just looking at that brochure and understanding what their excuse me, what their mission is and see if you can resonate with the mission of the company to kind of get yourself engaged. For you on your end, it's more just that, giving that, hey, or being upfront and honest. Hey, I don't know much about your company, but I'm looking to learn more. And I'm going to take this brochure with me today, and I am going to look into it. Could I connect with you? And as soon as I learn more and do my research, can I reach back out to you and let you know what I feel I would qualify for and to help you fill one of those positions? Kind of be the recruiter for them. There is nothing better than having somebody do the recruiting for themselves. Hey, I know that I match all these different pieces, and this is why I would be a good fit. And you're sharing that, you've got all that. That makes the recruiter's life so much easier.
Well, thank you for your input there, David.
Yeah. Did that answer your question?
Kind of. I've only been to one, so I don't really have enough experience, but I did remember going and just kind of struggling to talk to recruiters, not even lacking kind of like that charisma or courage to engage in conversation. But once it got started, I'm young and lacking experience overall. So whenever they started throwing out, I'm going to say big words, I kind of just got lost and wasn't really able to pick up with them. But I do like the idea of, stopping, picking up a brochure, researching what I can do, and just saying from their website or through very minimal communication through them externally, kind of where I could fit in the future. So I do appreciate
and remember, the recruiters are people too. Okay. The earlier you get there in a job fair, the better. You come by like the last 20 minutes, you're already starting to see that domino effect happening of people starting to shore up. When you don't see that many people in the room, you're going to start seeing recruiters break away, break down, and they don't want to be connected to after that. They immediately are thinking it's been a long day. Some of these job fairs are 3, 4, 5 hours long. They are tired. So the jokes that worked in the beginning do not work at the end of a job fair. They are strictly, unless you are somebody that can really be a big win for me, they may not have that interest. So just make sure you get there early. And I see Ryan has his hand up.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Oh, don't call me sir. I work for a living.
Oh, I'm sorry. So, I did IT for like 13 years, and I've done recruiting for the past 11 and a half in the Army. I tailored a resume for both. I was wondering if I sent you my recruiting resume, because I'm thinking about which career field I want to go into. If you could just take a look at it and critique. I'm not asking for a job. I'm just looking for help, guidance, mentorship, anything.
Yeah, no, that's no problem. It's part of why we're doing this. So yeah, you can easily do that. Ernest has my email, and I'll make sure Ernest has it because I did change.
I'm going to send you a request on LinkedIn as well.
Yeah. So I did change it, but really, more than happy to review. I mean that's part of why we're here. I mean the biggest thing when you're looking at this, or just connect with me on LinkedIn and then just message me. You can do that too. But what I would say is you got to know what you want to be when you grow up. No matter what type of field you're in, the money will come. It's all about you enjoying what you do. I've looked at other positions, other things outside of recruiting, and as much as I loved photography, I don't like other people's kids, so I have no desire to do photography outside of my own piece. Wedding photography, because I started out as a photographer in the Navy. Wedding photography for me was fun until it wasn't, because I didn't have a weekend. So I learned what was it that I had a drive for, what I wanted to do in life, and I love giving meaningful employment to people and help them through the process and getting that big win. I like finding the unicorns out there and trying to get those positions filled just because somebody said I can't fill it. And I'm like, okay, hold my beer. I'm going to go find this person for you. And that should be the same way on your end when you're looking for what you want to do. what do you have a passion for? What is it that you like doing? That is the most important piece because, yeah, you can go in there for the money. Hey, I'm going to do this and it's going to give me X dollars. But if you're miserable and coming home every day, it's going to drag you down. It's going to drag you down mentally. It's going to drag you down physically. And then you're soon going to be out of work because you're going to hate your job and you're going to quit.
Thank you.
No
Yeah,
problem.
go back on that job fair thing. Done a ton of them, and he's right. I mean, you have to get there early. You got to make the connection. Think of it like as the opposite of bar dating. You know, you want to be the first one in the bar trying to pick somebody up, rather than at 10 o'clock in the morning when they're all drunk and exhausted trying to pick them up. Because I cannot tell you the last job fair where I was there until it closed. I was, man, like a half hour before it was officially closed. We were packing up and going because when you have to be on for 3, 4, 5 hours straight, you are just melted at the end. And if somebody comes up, unless they're a purple unicorn that's shooting lightning bolts out of their eyes, good luck. Dave.
David, love your name. So
yeah, thanks.
I've been listening, and one of the big things I heard at the beginning was commission. You said, "Oh, you know, that commission's not going to work for itself." What's your take on that? Because I know some people are like, you know, I want security where you're either getting a salary or, you know what, I want to get paid for the work I do, not the work I don't do. So I want to do an hourly thing. And then you're looking at commission where it's like you're doing the work, but you don't see necessarily the pay until you're successful. What's
Well,
your
yeah, and the fluctuation is crazy. I mean, I'm in my second stint of commission. First time I did commission work, I did so well that the owner of the company made me a full-time employee because he couldn't afford what I was ending up doing. So you know, I've got a niche for that. I mean, you got to be ready for commission work. You have to have a good savings and you got to be smart with the money that you make because one month you could make a lot of money and the next month it could be dry. There's a lot of factors behind that too. You know, it's the billing cycle, it's the organization, the partnership that you have. You know, there may be stipulations of they have to be on board 30 days before they will pay you. There's so many different things that's involved in the contracting of a partnership that goes with commission, but commission work can also be exhilarating because if you're really good at it, you could definitely make more than you could with a regular corporate job. You could make, you know, instead of making that 120, you could make 175, 200, 250 easily, depending on what version of commission work that you're doing. So you could really make a good living out of it. But there's hills and valleys all the time, just like in federal contracting, you know, trying to win a contract. You know, things you got to be careful when you get into commissioning. You got to know what field you're in and know the company that you're working with too. I trust Monty completely, and I know that we're going to be very successful. He's been very successful with a previous company, and this new company is just, I'm just happy to be part of that and watch seeing it grow. Plus, I'm older, and there is ageism out there. I don't care what anybody says. The older you get, the harder it is for companies to want to bring you on because you're going to cost them more because you got all that experience. And they want to bend the dollar as much as they can. That's I got I've got that definitely with that right there. But commission isn't a bad thing. It's not a bad word. You just have to know how to work it and understand that if you start in commission, don't expect a paycheck for about 60 days. It's going to take you 2 to 3 weeks to probably ramp things up. Then you're going to start seeing those interviews going through. You know, not every person that goes through is going, or, you know, however it is, but I'll talk on how it is on recruiting. Not everybody makes it through there. So you need to have almost a three times as much activity going just to get that one cell. So you just have to be you have to have a thick skin to make it in commissioning.
No, I appreciate all that. And like, I guess the one thing too that kind of draws me toward it a little bit is the flexibility. Meaning, you know, week to week I can grind as much as I want, but at the end of the day, sometimes I'm like, hey, you know what? I got to go make my son's jujitsu tournament. I got to take the baby to the daycare, whatever it is. I like the aspect of flexibility is my
Yeah,
big.
if you have the flexible commissioning and you don't have any attachments to it, that is a very good thing. I mean, I'm very involved in the American Legion. So for me, having that flexibility, because I'm the post commander, I'm a district vice commander, I'm the state's historian, and I'm a national chairman for meeting communications. I need a lot of flexibility to do those things that I love doing. Or, going, my son's almost 20. So whenever my son calls and says, hey, Dad, I want to do something. I don't know if any of you have adult children that have graduated, hearing from them when they're not with you, you take that time and you want to have that. So I love the flexibility. And you've got to be prepared for that. You've got to have good time management skills.
Awesome. No, I appreciate your time. And just on the thing on the Batman, I will tell you the Dark Knight, Christian Bale and Heath Ledger. I'm sorry. When I first saw that movie, that's the Batman and Joker. It worked somehow,
Well,
some way. It's
to
the best
eat to
Batman.
each his own. I am the White
Yeah.
Knight. I'm the White Knight, Adam West. But
Yeah. Hey.
Batman is Batman.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it.
Leslie, how you doing?
Hey David, hey, I'm doing good. Thank you so much for this opportunity and all the advice that you're giving us today. I have two questions. I know someone earlier asked about they did cybersecurity and then they did HR. Now they have two resumes that they're kind of looking at. Kind of in the same boat. My first question to you will be will it be a good thing to keep applying to two different career fields at the same time, or just stay on one path? My second question is, um, what have you seen with people with two different choices on their hands? Do you often tell them like, "Hey, I feel like you're not ready because you're not following one path," or do you often just tell them to keep shooting their shot?
Well, I mean, that's for it. It's a double-edged sword right there. You're only gonna get hired for one of those positions. Okay, they're not going to bring you in. You're going to be doing both 9 times out of 10. You may, like, if you're an HR and you've got an IT background, that may boost you for an HR information systems role. That could be a good way of being able to utilizing both backgrounds. But you've got to, when you're creating a resume, you're tailoring it to that position that you're applying to, period. So it doesn't matter, if you're applying to one position, it's going to be directly that resume that applies to it. I mean, you're not going to use your HR resume for a cybersecurity opportunity. That's not going to happen. You have to be able to tailor that, and it needs to match between 80 and 85% minimum of those qualifications. And if it says must have, you better have that must have, because they're not going away from that must have piece, especially if it's in the federal contracting world. If it says must have X, you need to have that because that's part of the federal contract of why they won that contract, and you're going to have to make sure you have it. Like to haves, you're not going to see as much people that say must have a degree anymore, because it's really the certifications that are out there that are really qualifying the people. People look at degrees a little different now than they did a few years ago. What they really want to see is somebody that's an ongoing learner. That's in the bottom line what they're really looking for. For the certifications, there's certain things in the IT world, as an example, you must be certified in X before you can do it. Unlike in, the military, you could fiddle with anything and it doesn't matter. You can do it as long as you sign up on a qual, I guess, but not in the civilian world. Does that kind of answer it?
Yeah, it does. It does. Thank you so much, David.
Yeah. Did I answer both pieces?
The second piece was if someone was to walk up to you and just ask you, someone that's kind of looking for a job, and say, hey, I have HR experience, I also have cybersecurity experience. What is your industry currently looking for? Will you look at such candidate just as a joke because they don't know what they want to do? They're not clearly choosing a path, or will you still consider giving them a shot?
Um, as a recruiter, I want to work with somebody that knows what they want to do.
Copy.
I want to be certain that I don't want to be focused on two things because that could actually disenfranchise the hiring managers within the organization. You either do X job or you don't. So you need to really know when you're coming into a company where you can best fit in. And that's like apples and oranges too. HR and cyber would be totally different pieces because on HR you wouldn't necessarily need you may need a secret clearance maybe, but with cybersecurity you're going to need a certain clearance more than likely. And if you come in having that cybersecurity with that clearance and you go into HR where you're not using that clearance, you use it or lose it, right? So if you go in and you expect them to keep your clearance, that's not going to happen. Every company is going to keep somebody with a clearance for the need of that clearance, not just, oh, hey, this person wants to keep their clearance or wants to have one. So you got to be kind of careful with your approach, but you need to make sure that you choose the exact career path that you want to utilize for that company. I don't see it working both ways.
Thank you so much.
Horace, go ahead, sir.
Hey, David, I just wanted to ask. I
Yeah.
recently saw a job application, and on it had skills listed, but underneath it had what it takes to succeed. Should we treat that the same as nice to have, or should we look at that as job requirements? It was an odd one. It's the first time I've seen it.
Well, everybody does job descriptions differently, and you should be able to answer it. I would almost consider it a full-fledged must-have to qualify. And it's also probably prepping you for what they're going to be asking you in the interview process. The qualifications, and especially that section right there, that will come up in an interview. And you must be able to be very knowledgeable in those pieces. If you're going to succeed, if you're going to last in that company, they're expecting you on day one to be able to do all of that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Kenneth.
Good afternoon or good morning. 11:40 here. But no, just want to just had a quick question in regards to the multiple positions that you were just answering questions on. So IT field essentially being that they're so close, right? So cybersecurity, right? IT operations, those type of things, right? If somebody were to come to you as a recruiter and say, hey, like I know I have the certifications, the qualifications to do, let's say, a higher role. But to get myself in the door, things of that nature, right? Those roles or those specific skills that I also have also work into IT program management or project management. Would that be something easier for a recruiter to work with in that regard?
Yeah, no, and that's a valid point right there, and I appreciate you bringing that up. No, I mean if it's similar field, the IT and cyber correlate so much together, and there's so many different avenues that could go in there. I think it's really just sitting down and going, kind of like walking the dog through the process, and looking at the job descriptions, balancing it and talking about it, because you're really going to have to look. You're really going to have to look and see how close you are aligned with that position based on your experience. And that's something that a recruiter would really have to sit down and talk about that position thoroughly to see. If you're wanting to take a step back, that can be tricky sometimes. Sometimes you can be too overly qualified, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to be able to discuss and let the hiring manager know as you're going through, because they're going to go, hey, salary range and all that compensation go into play there. If you're applying for a lower position but you're used to X salary, you need to understand what the salary ranges are, and that it can cause some headaches during that piece. I don't think it's a bad thing to want to take a step back to get your foot in the door in another area, but something like that, what you just said, that is definitely something that you'd have to sit down, and it'd be more of a coaching mentoring session right there. It'd be more of sitting down and really looking at the different positions and seeing, do you really qualify for this? Is it really something that you could be a prospective candidate, a true candidate, somebody that can make it past the cut? And that would be a one-on-one session right there.
Okay. Yeah, because I know going to some of the job fairs and things of that nature, right? When you start talking certifications and some of those type of things with some of the recruiters, and in some cases it's actually people that work in those jobs already, sometimes, right, 20 years experience. I'm an E8 in the Air Force with multiple certifications and all that good stuff, but like, it's almost like while you're communicating with those people at those job fairs, they're like, hey, instantly turned off the moment that it feels like you may take their job, right? Or at least
it can.
I mean, yeah,
it can, but you said 20 years of experience, but you got to break it down into the individual skill sets. People get confused with that. You're saying you got 20 years of experience in the military. You may not have 20 years of experience in one certification or another. So you really need to break down your resume. And when you're speaking, talking about your years of experience in that particular certification, that, all your alphabet soup of certifications, CISSP, whatever the case may be, how many years of experience do you have in that? Don't talk about your years of experience in the military. It needs to be years of experience for that particular skill set.
Thank you. That just flipped everything on its side. Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, I mean, that can throw things off. I've got 28 years of talent acquisition experience, but when you talk about manufacturing recruiting, I've only got 6 years of experience in manufacturing. Okay. In recruiting and manufacturing. I've got 18 years in cybersecurity recruiting. So I have to be cognizant when I'm talking and about my years of experience. How many years of experience do I have in the particular field that they're looking for? Not that I've got 28 years of talent acquisition experience. That means nothing. And all that does is date me and make me sound old. I try to sell myself on how many years of experience I have in the type of work that they're looking for in that recruiting. Now, if they're talking sourcing, okay, that's 28 years. But if they're talking a specific field, for me, as an example, in manufacturing or in cybersecurity or some other piece, that's when I break it down that way and I talk about it in that sense, to where it's not make me sound seasoned. It's showing them how many years of experience I have in that piece. And you got to look at that. You got to be very careful with that.
No, thank you.
This is my last one. So what's a creative or underutilized way for vets to find jobs that isn't on LinkedIn or Indeed and that kind of stuff? What other avenues out there have you seen where they're kind of running under the radar but are good?
Yeah, the funniest thing, and I always went against this because I always believed that Facebook was personal. And I'm seeing more and more companies are creating groups on Facebook and providing opportunities out there, which is crazy. I never thought it actually worked, but Navy Nukes, as an example, that's the bread and butter right there. You go into Navy Nuke Job Finder and it's right there. And just about any field, manufacturing jobs, whatever the case may be, I'm learning new groups all the time on Facebook. I'm not going to go into TikTok or Instagram, but Facebook has been one of the newest ways for me to recruit out of there. Indeed, obviously, Indeed is a very good avenue. I've heard Reddit. I don't do as much on Reddit, but that is another area. There's a ton of platforms out there. I just go to my bread and butter. I don't. I do what works until it doesn't.
Makes sense. Anybody else have any other questions? Because we're kind of run up against the clock a little bit. Speak now or forever hold. There you go, Heidi. Go ahead.
Hey, Heidi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Thank you for your time so far. Just a quick question. So for somebody who is kind of trying to break into a new career field, you mentioned talking about your experience in very specific career fields. So if you don't have that experience, then what would be another way to get around it if you have other skills, but not necessarily the experience in the career field you're jumping into?
Well, it's obviously an early career that you'd be looking at. And the funny thing is people define early career as that person that's just out of college. And that's not necessarily the case. Sometimes people decide to want to change career fields, and that's got to be very explicit in your opening, the personal branding statement, your personal summary, making people understand that you're looking into a new career field. And then it's still really going into what do you want to be? What are you actually looking for, Heidi? Heidi?
Sorry, mute button was acting up. I'm trying to transition from IT into human resources.
Okay. I mean, you're probably looking in like a human, an HR generalist position, more than likely, would be a good bet. Getting that certification and then just looking for basic positions out there. Look for an HR generalist position for yourself. And being able to talk to people and letting them know that you're changing career fields. You got to be able to express that on your resume. You got to be able to express that in getting your foot in the door. It's hard, but it's not difficult. It's not impossible.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
Yes, David.
Yeah, so the question I have is regarding recruiters. Pretty much daily I get contacted by them. And what do you say about these guys? They always want to negotiate the rate before you ever even talk with anybody. And most of the time it's like lowball, and
I seriously doubt a lot of recruiters are going to do that. And I know exactly where you're coming from. We're not going to waste our time if you're going above what we're allowed to be able to go after. We have a specific salary range that we go for, and we're normally within a $5,000 range of what we ask, or a $3 to $5 range of if it's an hourly position. And we have to do that because if we go through the whole process and we think you're the best candidate, but you're out of our price range, we just wasted our time and yours. Yep. So you're going to have a recruiter talk about that. I don't care. That's one of the things that always annoyed me in TAP class. Don't tell the recruiter what you're looking for.
Well, it's always open-ended. Like, so they're asking you, but you're asking them in the same manner. What's the rate? I mean, send me the rate.
Yeah, you definitely want to reverse. If they ask to say, what is the salary range? And a good recruiter will go, hey, I have no problem telling you this is the salary range on there. On our job descriptions, I can say for us, we put down the exact salary range, and it's determined on eligibility, on your years of experience. So I'm going to be able to gauge a little bit of where you're at, but I can easily provide you a salary range. Most recruiters will. But they should give you within a $5,000 range of what they're looking for. They should. If not, I'd be weary of talking to that recruiter and probably moving.
Yeah, I know. Like some of them not call me back because of the rate. They want these top tier certifications, and experience, but paying less than what it would be for one of those positions. And I told him, I said, look,
Well, based on what though? Based on what? Because it's all that is a tricky subject to really talk about because it's all about the company, the partnership. If it's a federal contract, it could be a set price that they've got. There's nothing more that they can do. A federal contracting position could be lower than what you would see out in the civilian sector away from the federal contract. And also geographically. Okay, you got to keep in mind the geographic location of where you're at. You're not going to make the same amount in California that you would in Podunk, Indiana. It's not going to happen. There's going to be different ranges there, so you really got to pay attention to that piece. And 9 times out of 10, that recruiter's bringing that salary up because that's what they have to deal with.
Right. And it also goes with experience. So, for the last 20 years, I've been doing premise and cloud-based firewall solutioning and implementation. So, and I've got plenty of certifications in Palo Alto, PMP, Fortinet. So when somebody says, hey, we'll give you $40 an hour, $50 an hour, it's still kind of low when I was making just now, 95 to 110.
Right. Unfortunately, and when you're dealing with hourly against salary, there's different pieces there too. I mean, it's apples and oranges when you're dealing with an hourly rate and when you're dealing with a salaried rate. There's a lot of pieces in the pie that's involved in there. But again, it does boil back to the company and whether it's the contract or whatever it is that's involved that creates the compensation factor. There's not much they can do about that. Smaller the company, the less that they're going to be able to afford and fluctuation, the larger the company they may have. The Lockheeds could have that larger realm, but those smaller companies may not.
Okay.
Hey, we got time for one more. Go ahead, Kamar.
I just had a question to piggyback off what Heidi was asking, because I have the same issue. I'm trying to move over into HR because I did logistics for a while. I do have a master's in HR, but I don't have the experience. But you mentioned like trying to have it reflect on your resume. How do you do that when you don't have the experience?
Yeah, it could be an easy prompt, that can help you using ChatGPT to give you that opening. You could easily go into your ChatGPT and say, create a personal summary that for somebody to move into HR, something like that, and play around with it. You could do little things like that. You can utilize different experiences that you had in the past that made you sway into this experience. And you could, you've got a degree. Maybe you want to go after one of those. I wouldn't necessarily say PHR or SPHR or other HR certifications out there, but maybe a simple generalist course through HRCI or some other courses that aren't as intensive. They can get your foot in the door that way. So you may want to look at a couple different avenues if you're trying to get into HR. But definitely that opening summary that talks about your resume, that is the first thing that the recruiter reads. That's going to really draw the interest for the recruiter.
Okay, so so what you're basically saying is try to take some of my past skills from my other job and interpret that in HR context.
Yes, to get you started, and making sure seeking a new career in HR, something along that aspect that really shows that you're trying to put yourself into a new field.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, Dave, thanks a ton for the time. Got any quick closing thoughts you could share before we bust out of here?
Yeah, I mean, it is a different world right now in job seeking. I would highly, network. You're going to hear that over and over, and it's the truth. You've got to connect with people. You've got to be able to resonate with those job descriptions. everything that people tell you, tailoring the resume, that works great. But if you're not getting yourself through your foot in the door, it's not going to do any good for you. So make sure you got the right person to network with that can get you through the door.
Home run. Hey, thanks, Dave. Dave Wallace, appreciate your time very much, sir, and we will see you back here again in the future. In the meantime, we'll get going again in 3 minutes with Jeff Lodick of Phoenix Defense. Thank you, sir. Look at that magnificent beard.
Yeah, it's wonderful. It's a lot more grooming, than I had to worry about it at one point. Like I was just bald and hairless on my face because it was a daily ritual. Right now I gotta get a whole bunch of product and stuff.
It's a lot harder to work with because mine used to not like that. Mine used to go down a lot further. It just became a big pain in the ass.
Yeah, it's a pain, man. It's a suffering thing, but it's just a reminder. I don't suffer much anymore, so let's see.
Just braid it up, put a couple of beads in it.
My daughter, if I was to share a picture, I have a 6-year-old, and my 6-year-old braids it every couple of days. She has fun with it, but I look atrocious. And again, I don't think I look much better right now either. So either way,
Well, I wasn't going to take the shot yet. I'll do that for you.
I can't change the face, man. I can't change the.
Do you have any beard flair, like beads, like Viking beads and stuff that you put in there?
I don't. I've thought about it on numerous occasions, right? I mean, because everywhere I go, I can be at an airport in Denver. I live in Tampa, Florida, so I could be in Denver and people be like, "Hey, you're," and I'm like, "Yeah, I guess so." I mean, and it's an unfortunate thing because I was going to shave it like a year ago, and then brand awareness. If I'm sure you through this transition phase, people talk about branding and branding. Well, I kind of got an unfortunate brand, and this is it. So I'm kind of stuck with it, but it's all right. It does it. It's recognizable and I'm usually doing good things. So it's a helpful thing. So.
Nice. Yeah. One of the other instructors I used to work with, he had a beard that was like down to here. And 3 times a week, he would come in with beads and different things, different braids and stuff. He would just change it up all the time.
I'm taking notes right now. What's your name? I got Robert. Robert, I'm taking notes, beads and other things. So if I was to stand up, my beard is about halfway between my chest and my belly button. I don't know the lengths in which I'm trying to go. There is no set goal, but I'll continue the process. But in the meantime, I may have to steal his thing and do some beads and things.
Yeah, if you ever step on it, you've gone too far.
Yeah, if I ever step on it, I'm sure my family would probably kill me. So it's still a little area of tenderness, right, with everybody.
Yeah. So let's we'll get going here in a second, and let's see. All right. Hey, thanks for joining us today, everybody. We're excited to welcome Dave Wallace, a Navy veteran with over 2 decades of military service and 28 years leading talent acquisition across both corporate and government sectors. Sorry, this is the wrong one. Let's do take 2. You see how well organized I am today as I'm going back and forth. I'm like, that is not Dave. Okay, now we'll try it again. Today we're joined by Jeff Lodick, a 20-year Army veteran who has built a second career helping others make the leap from uniform to civilian life, from strategic roles in government contracting and business development to teaching at 4 Block and hosting the podcast On the Other Side. Jeff spent the last decade guiding service members through one of the biggest transitions of their lives. He's also a connector, a speaker, and advocate who knows how to turn soft skills into civilian currency. We're lucky to have him here, so I thank you, sir. Welcome, Jeff. Any thoughts you'd like to share on that? I managed to get it right the second time.
No, it was perfect. I actually liked what Dave said. I mean, it was good. I wouldn't have mind being him for this conversation. No, it's good. No, I'm truly and genuinely excited to be here. I love having these conversations, and I mean, I think they're needed, and obviously they are because you have a huge turnout to hear it. So I want to get into whatever we want to talk about, so I can provide my perspective, and of course, it's just my perspective, right?
So what was your biggest wake up call leaving the military and then taking the uniform off, throwing on a button down?
Yeah, it's an interesting thing because
I guess everybody's different. So for all the E9s in here, everybody says sergeant major. I retired as a master sergeant, but for the last 3.5 years of my career, I served as a battalion sergeant major and operations sergeant major. I declined promotion to sergeant major and retired in lieu of, right? So I'm saying that just to make sure that no one's getting mad because I didn't attend the academy. I say that I didn't know what to expect going into transition. That's why I started my podcast. I actually started interviewing people that had already transitioned that were my mentors, right? Throughout the military and post-military, as I sat in TAPS and, I was with a bunch of E9s, 06s, 05s and whatnot. And there was some E4s in there. And I realized there was such a gap, right? Between what is relevant to that person, what is relevant to me, what is relevant to the guy that's getting, kicked out versus a guy who's retiring. So I started having conversations. Everybody talks about employment and I get it. That wasn't a big thing for me. And we'll get into that because some of that stuff happened later, not upon transition. But for me, I gave my BlackBerry back and the sense of value, if you will, or worth was kind of like, I kind of like had to feel like I wasn't liked anymore. Right. Because every night at dinner time, I say every night and I mean it. It was always disrupted. Like I never had a meal where I sat down and just had a meal for a 30-minute period with my family to talk. I'd get an email, a phone call and whatnot. And when it went away, I felt unneeded or unwanted or unvaluable. Right. And it took me a couple of days to get past the emotional side of that and really just put in my head that, hey, there were plenty of sergeants major that I used to deal with that when they retired, I went to somebody else because they could no longer help me with progression in my career. They could no longer help me with, those types of things that mattered to the Army. And so I moved my scope to those who could. And that's what I had to take the realization. And then, eventually, I gave my real number out to folks and they started calling me again and we had good conversation. But it was an emotional shock more so than like anything else, right?
Yeah, handing in the phone, the laptop and all that stuff. And it's like, I'm no longer important, no longer needed, no longer wanted. Yep. It's a kick. We all look forward to it, but then when it happens, it's like, there's a hole.
Yeah, where to go? What's my purpose here? I've been doing this for a little bit of time, so what am I supposed to do now? And that was kind of I say a couple of days. It was a couple of days to get past the cell phone thing, but now I have to start to really engage with what is my next purpose? Where am I going? Right, and those questions were like I never really asked what do I want to be when I grow up. I asked where am I going now? Now that I have grown up, where am I going to go? And that's kind of I answered some of those questions in the next upcoming months past that, but that was an initial, punch to the mouth.
So what would have been the most important thing to know 6 months before that?
6 months before, it would have been nice if I had an idea of being a businessman, right? Like I own 3 businesses right now. Only one is making some money. It's not making a lot of money, but there's variables and it's my fault. So I don't blame anybody else. I know what's holding me back there. But with that idea, I should have probably knew a little bit about business. It was great to have this idea. So on terminal leave, I'm having conversations with the Yankees. I live in Tampa, Florida, by the way, for those that are watching. So, spring training baseball is down here. I teach life and leadership lessons using organized sports as a foundation, right? So I took some of my love and passion for sports, a little bit of knowledge from the military leading and all that good stuff. And I got to sit with the Yankees. I got to sit with the Tigers, the Phillies, the Blue Jays, and the Pirates. Had great conversations. But nobody wanted to sign a check. And I really got a little frustrated about it. So I just thought I couldn't sell. So I went and took a job selling cars at Brandon Ford, which, by the way, is the largest F-150 dealer in the world. So if you need a car, I can still help you out, right? But anyhow, but that really turned my mind onto is that I didn't know how to sell, but I wasn't a branded thing, right? So no one of those organizations knew who I was. They weren't going to provide me any dollars. So, but 6 months earlier would have been helpful just to get some fundamental basic business things down, right? So I would have been looking at that a little bit harder.
So with your business experience now and, success and failure there, what are the lessons you would say, hey, do this stuff first before you go and open a door?
Yeah. So variables exist, right? And I say that because again, I don't want to excuse anything, but my inability to be a successful business person is really based on the obligations I have to my home life, right? So I have a wife, I have 4 children, all that are at home. Well, not anymore. My daughter just left and moved to New York City, which good on her. I have a mother and a mother-in-law. They all live with me, right? So I'm obligated to care for them. So in the world of business, I want to do it, and there's risk versus reward and all those things. But the reality is I have obligation to financially make sure my family's growing. I think a lot of mistakes that people make is they have an idea to do business. They don't really talk to their spouse. They go out and they do this thing. Well, the income starts changing and their lifestyle starts changing. And unfortunately, for me, I know several of my close friends that have gone through divorces since transition. That's probably the biggest thing that my group of people have dealt with, is a lot of people moving separate ways because the conversations didn't continue. Like, I'm in the Army or whatever service, and you do this thing and it's an expected thing. But when you get out now, what are you going to do? And a lot of folks, gravitate certain ways, and it's not through conversation. And that becomes a pitfall. Right. And so for me, things that I would have done, I mean, obviously if I didn't have, if it was just me, I'd be getting no money and still working on business. But the do's and don'ts are really to understand that there's a lot of programs for veterans out there that actually help with the startup phase of business. It's the understanding of the ideology phase of business and really getting involved with some of those programs. And they're nationwide. It just depends on where you live, if you actually have access to them in a physical form or you have to do it virtually. But either way, there are programs that exist.
So, I mean, going from like doing the sergeant major work to the business stuff, that'd be quite the identity shift for you.
It is. Initially it is, right? So, and I think that's the funny part, even from a hiring perspective, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But when you get a senior leader, right, from the military, a lot of organizations know what you bring. But when you start talking about, solopreneurship, how often do we as senior leaders do everything, right? I mean, we have our great ideas and great plans, but then, we have a group of folks that make your vision or the commander's vision real. And so there's great planning and all of this stuff, but there's a lot of doing that has to happen. And, I think that for me, a hang up wasn't that I didn't want to do, is I didn't know how to do a lot of stuff. So it took a little bit of time. I was doing business like in the completely wrong direction. So I had to step back and I reached out to some mentors. I mean, I really got really close with some significantly known business owners outside of the DoD space, as well as some within the DoD space, to see how they do things and what are the things that they did. There's a great podcast for any of you that want to listen to or learn about business. It's How I Built This with Guy Raz. It's an NPR podcast, but he talks to so many folks and they just talk about the struggle to actually launch a business. It's not like Jeff Bezos wasn't like Jeff Bezos right now. And then all of a sudden he was someone else. He took time and it took time for a lot of these folks. So that's a great resource.
Oh, especially too, the guy like Jeff, he had to figure out what worked and what failed, and selling books did okay, but it wasn't Amazon,
No.
So you got to figure out, you got to let go what's not working or not working well enough, and then embrace the next thing. Maybe it sucks, but it'll get you over the hump.
Sure. What are you good at? What's the market say? I mean, we can tell. I mean, I think every single business owner that I've talked to said they started off with this idea because they were really good at it, right? Like if you're an IT guy and you own an IT company, or an IT girl and you own an IT company, it's because you started off being really good at IT. But when you pivot during the time, it's based on the fact that, the customer is going to drive your business. So if the customer doesn't want what you sell, you got to be able to move to what it does. And you kind of expand, but then you start finding other smart folks to line up with you. And then, oh, by the way, maybe not technically smart. They just might be business savvy. And it's just a really interesting, when I see a lot of businesses that I talk to, which I talk to, I mean, weekly, I mean, multiple times a week and multiple times a day, to be honest. And I have these conversations, and it's really interesting to see the people they've brought along with them as partners that may not have no knowledge of software development or insert said thing, but they do have the business knowledge to understand, or the market on lock, because they know the right people. So it's just an interesting thing to watch pairings as they move.
Well, you're going to the business thing. I mean, you said you're doing car sales for a while. In that business, it's very much, hey, what's the customer want? I mean, what did you learn from there that you applied later?
Well, that I could sell, right? I mean, I think that was the biggest thing, is that I thought when I was talking to all these folks that I couldn't sell. But the bottom line is everybody's coming to a Ford dealership or an Audi dealership or a Cadillac dealership because the brand itself speaks to them, right? They understand the brand. So when they're coming to me, now they're going to buy a Ford, are they going to buy it from me? Or are they going to buy it from somebody else or another dealership, right? So the bottom line is, in sales or anything else, people buy from who they like, know, and trust. People do business with people they like, know, and trust. And so if you want to build, like I'm a relationship guy. When I say I'm a connector, didn't just start when I left the military. It was what I did before the military, during the military, and even now, right? That's all I do. So the reality is I learned a little bit about the business side, car sales, blah blah blah. I couldn't tell you. I'm not a car guy, so I can't tell you the engine size. They'd ask a lot of crazy questions that I'm like, man, it says something on the label. We could Google this, right? But really, it's the conversation that you have with the people. Can I connect with them? Can they relate to me? Can I relate to them? And that's how I did a very good job selling, in a short period of time, solely because I really enjoyed the people that I'm talking to, and they knew that I cared about that were good for them. Now, I wasn't going to put them in a car that they couldn't afford, right? Your job as a salesman is to upsell. It's constantly, that's what you're trying to do so you can make more money. When I looked at what they have, I'm not trying to sell them more than what they can afford.
Sure, you don't want that air conditioned steering wheel? Yeah, I mean, we've seen that all the time. So during that transition, a lot of us kind of feel invisible. What are your thoughts about that? What do you say to folks that feel invisible coming on service, because you don't have that business experience?
Well, what I think is really interesting is that, so when I retired in 2017, I had no real plan. I was just going to be a business guy, right? So as time went on, I got to the car dealership. Then I sold a car when I was the operations sergeant major. I sold a car to my former operations officer, when I was sergeant major, he was the officer. I sold him a car, and he told me about a contract job, a government contract job at SOCOM headquarters down here at MacDill. And I asked him straight up how many hours, because I was working about 85 hours a week. It was 80 hours at SOCOM every 2 weeks. And that was an instant. I didn't even care about dollars. I'm retired, all the good stuff. So I went over there. Right. But it's interesting. So all that time I worked at the same company for 7 years. I was inside SOCOM headquarters for 4.5 years. Then I moved out to do business development. I lost my job in January. And I needed a new one. That's where it got real difficult, but the environment set those things, right? Like Doge was happening, government cuts, government budget, blah, 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 all these different things that weren't just about getting hired. Companies are being very thoughtful of where they're spending money. And I tell you, I went through a few months of a real big struggle. Now, a few months of a big struggle isn't comparable to a friend of mine who's been trying to get a job for 1.5 years. So I'm not saying, oh, woe is me. Yeah. But I say that from the perspective that my network is great. I had a lot of people in my corner, a lot of people doing things to help, interviews all over the place. But the reality was no one was really hiring at that time. So, they're talking about hiring in July and August. And I'm like, man, it's like February. I need a job, man. Like, so what am I willing to do? I actually talked to Brandon Ford again when I talked to them, and they were going to have me come back, and I was going to do work. Cause what are you willing to do? Right. But anyway, all that being said, I got hired, but it wasn't a sense of invisibility though to me. I think the sense of invisibility happens when you don't have a network and you don't have a path ahead, or a plan ahead, if you will. And I don't mean you need to know exactly what you want to be, but it really helps if you have an idea, because where I get emails, like I could pull up my Gmail right now. I get emails with resumes and things all the time. And the thing that people say to me that I quickly tell them, don't say that, is, hey, if you see anything out there that'll fit me, keep me in mind. And I tell them, I'm not going to do that. No one's going to do that. And I say that because that's work. I got a job, I got a family, I got things to do, right? So, and I don't mean to say I'm putting you off, but I don't know what you want. And I really don't know what fits you. I don't know you like that to find, like, look at your resume and then figure out maybe where you fit. But if you were to tell me, hey, listen, I've looked at these 7 companies. These are the 7 jobs that I've looked for. Now we can talk. And I don't care what the range is. It could be HR to IT to project management. I don't care that. What I care is that you have an identified organization, that you've got a specific interest in a job. Now, what I can do is, they said 6 degrees of separation a long time ago. Well, with the internet and all this stuff, the degrees are significantly smaller. With my network, I could pretty much reach out to majority of companies and or people who are connected to majority of companies, and we can get the ball rolling on a conversation about viable options. I just think invisibility happens when you really don't know what you want. No one really can tell what you want, and you can't articulate what you want. And then it's like you kind of get pushed past, because I can't help you if you don't know what you want to do. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I want to show 40 hours so we can get paid. Well, that's great. We got somebody who needs to be at the back of the parade behind the elephants and horses.
There you go.
It sounds a lot like mindset. what separates the veterans who do really well after from the ones who just keep crashing and burning?
Yeah, mindset to me is a significant thing, and it's a lot of different ways to look at it. I've listened to some folks talk about, senior leaders coming in, and because they were senior leaders, they're not going to listen to anybody, and they're going to come in with this, I'll use this to sergeant major idea, right? For any Army folks, I'm a sergeant major. You can't teach me or train me. I've done this for 25, 30 years, and this is what I do. That sounds good. And if you have that mentality, unless you open your own business, that's not a good mentality to have, because the reality of it all is the military is a great place, teaches us great things. And I think majority of folks that leave the military are phenomenal human beings, right? And very good at what they do. But the difference between any industry and the DoD is that DoD does not earn money. And so a company, your value has to be able to, you have to be able to articulate how you're going to provide them value so their company can survive. Where the DoD, you don't have to worry about that. So saving money, saving budgets, that's fine. But how are you going to make that company money? What is your value to that company? So those are things to consider. And I think a lot of times we don't do that very well.
Yeah, and the DoD, we're good at blowing money up, but earning it, awful. So I mean, most of us, we can only point towards, hey, I saved $200,000 by A, B, and C. I mean, you got to take advantage of where you can, but that's still not making it.
For sure. And I wanted to throw some in there on this topic specifically for, I'm sure that in this large group, there's some PMP folks, right? And a lot of folks will say, I've done project management for 25 years in the military, and that's cool. But the one thing you really haven't had to do is deal with dollars, right? Burn rates and things of that nature. But that doesn't mean you can't figure it out. What I would tell you is PMI across the globe, or at least the nation, they have so many places to go and have conversations. They gather the PMs from all industry, not just DoD. And you can take an example of what you did at your last organization in the military and talk to them, and then walk through some notional numbers just to understand burn rates, to understand what it really means, not just based on based on you studying a little bit and then actually taking a test, but the actual application of that process. And if you can do that and you can speak to it, most companies won't even care if you had a PMP or not. But if you can actually speak to each step of the 57 or 58 or whatever exists now, I'm so far away from PMP, but you know what I'm saying, right? So there are people that you can go to and actually have legitimate conversations about the process to really understand it, and then be able to articulate it to someone who is looking for a PM.
Makes sense. I mean, back to the leadership thing. Why do you think so many vets downplayed their leadership coming out? Is it because of that fear that companies have you're talking about?
What was the question? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
So, I mean, why do you think so many vets will end up downplaying their leadership background coming out of the military? Is it because that, 06 sergeant major, chief master sergeant, I've done it all fear?
Yeah, it's always like, for me, for instance, right? Like I can't talk about other folks, but what I'll say about myself is, like, I'm a fun guy. Like I really like to have a good time, right? I mean, I'm not talking about party. I like jokes and comedy and all that good stuff that go along with that. I want things to be done. And what I do understand is whatever role, now, if I'm applying for a director role, then I understand what my responsibility as a director are. But I also understand that if that director role isn't working out, I know I can walk in at a smaller role or a shorter role or whatever, a lower role. And through time, I can earn if I'm still trying to climb a ladder. And those are things that we all have to think about. Are we trying to climb? Are we good where we are? And at the end of the day, I know that through my actions that I'm going to be seen as a leader, period. I know that. It's not a matter of he's just a goof. No, I know when to play and when to be serious, and I understand how to move and strategy. I think that a lot of times people kind of downplay it a little bit because they don't want to be rejected. And because remember, when you're getting hired for a position, you're usually being hired by a guy you may or may not replace, or gal, right? So like, I'm looking at who's interviewing me, and I know their position, and in my mind, just like when I was a private, I'm gonna take your job. Like when I had my E5s or E6s, sergeant first classes, in my mind, because I'm competitive, I'm going to take your job, right? And so I think that's why people kind of downplay it. But you have to be able to you have to be able to make people understand what you did, right? And it's hard to do that, especially when numbers that we use are so unreasonable to any huge corporation that isn't like a multi-billion-dollar organization, right? So when we say I was responsible for the health and welfare of 25,000 individuals, or I was responsible for $6.6 billion worth of equipment. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't resonate to a corporation. So what you have to really do is, who are your direct hires, like, or direct reports, excuse me. So who are you really, like, when I'm a sergeant major, I got 185 people. I'm not counseling 185 people. I'm counseling the first sergeants, right? I got 5 first sergeants. I got a couple, maybe admin guys or whatever, or gals, whatever it is. I got maybe 10 direct reports out of that 100 plus people. But we want to use the larger number because we think it makes us look good. But in real life, that doesn't equate to what a real life corporation would ever see, because no one's going to be in charge of 25,000 people ever.
No, yeah, CEO of a good sized company at best.
Right.
Yeah, so you're doing pretty good on LinkedIn. So what are 2 or 3 mistakes you see on LinkedIn profiles, especially with vets, where you go, "Oh, dude, no."
Yeah. So the thing about LinkedIn is that it should mirror your resume to a point, but LinkedIn is a storytelling place. And I think what we do is we look at our resume, and we have, 1 bullet or 2 bullets, 3 bullets per place. And we try to keep it close because you have to have 2 pages, no more than, and we try to do that. And then on LinkedIn, we do the same thing. But instead of doing that, like 98% of jobs are hiring off LinkedIn. Tell your story. That's where you get to expound on that resume, right? So when you say was in charge of or led this, or I saved this money, whatever it is that you're using for your evaluation or your resume, take it to your LinkedIn and talk about why. Because the thing that is so difficult, and I hear it on LinkedIn all the time, there are some big bangers out there that really get into transition. When I started on LinkedIn and transition, I was the only one basically, and I mean that for real. And then I've watched it grow. I've helped about 200 folks start podcasts in regards to transition. So it's great. But I say this to say that you have the opportunity to show your soft skills on LinkedIn, where, on your resume, you're talking specifically about your hard skills. This is my education. These are my certifications. These are the specific things in which I did, right? On LinkedIn, you can tell your story. And so, yeah, not telling your story, letting people see who you are, because to be honest, not every job, like if you're a cardiologist, yeah, you got to go to school, but most jobs can be trained on the job. Do you fit culturally? Do you fit from a personality? Who are you? And when recruiters are looking at your stuff, and if you're not telling them who you are, it makes it very difficult for them to pick you, right? You want to be picked. I want recruiters to find me. I don't want to be out there looking for recruiters. That's one mistake. And then the other mistake is not necessarily like in your very first bullet on your headline, right? Like people will say, I don't know, veteran, 20-year service member, 7-year Army guy, gal, whatever it may be. But what job are you looking for? And if you know what, like, let's say, for instance, project management, we'll just stay on that line for a second. If you're a project manager in the IT world, your first line underneath your name should say seeking project management role, or seeking IT project management role, or whatever industry you want to roll into, right? Because that's what you like when you scroll through LinkedIn and you look at people's names. You see the face, you see their first line in the headline. The headlines are smaller. You don't get to see them all on your phone or your computer unless you open up the whole thing, but you get to see that first line. So tell people what you're looking for. There's a lot of ways to really engage with recruiters on LinkedIn if you're smart enough to, or not, I don't want to say smart enough because it sounds like I'm being
savvy.
But if you understand it, when you go to the job description, they're keywords, right? The and are not it, right? But if you're looking for project management, this specific certification, this specific amount of time, when recruiters go into their screens, they see so much more than you see, and they actually filter by the specific things they're looking for. So as you look at job descriptions and you say, man, I really would love that job, well, take some of that information and weave it in and out through your LinkedIn profile so you become noticed by the recruiter, right?
That makes sense. So
the last tip, I'll give a tip, right? Yeah. Last tip I'll give on LinkedIn specifically is if you have the premium subscription that you get for a year, I mean, you can extend that too, by the way, if you go on there and you can all the way, the same way you got it the first time, you can get it again. But there's a viewed my profile place, right? Who viewed my profile? if you are not going into that, whether it's every day or every week, you're really losing. And I will tell you why. There's a lot of folks that view my profile that I don't want to connect with because they're B2B sales per people. They're from, I don't know. And I don't care necessarily what country it is, whether it be India or Pakistan. I'm not working there and I have no interest to work there. So I'm not going to talk to them. But there are people that I'm very familiar with through other folks that have looked at my profile. I promise you on everything holy that I go into that, who viewed my profile. I look at who viewed it. I look at my network connection, and if there's no request, I click on that person's name and I send a message and I say, it would be something like this. Hey, Ernest, saw you looked at my profile. Not sure what you were looking for, but I'd love to understand what you didn't see. But more importantly, I'd love to connect, to have a conversation, right? Whatever it may be. And I always say I want to provide you value because I genuinely do, because I believe networking is about value to provide both on both sides. We know if we're on LinkedIn, there's an ask somewhere, right? I'm asking you for something, you're asking me for something. And there's a million other things about LinkedIn that I'd love to talk to anybody about, but I don't want to take up the full time just talking LinkedIn. But that's something that if you're not doing, I promise you do it. You'll never know who you're missing out on because some of these folks are recruiters, but some are CEOs and are looking for the right fit in your name for whatever reason. It wasn't because you had a really cool name. It's because something lined up with who they're looking for and you want it to be you.
Yeah, no, it makes sense because that's one thing I do pretty frequently, and I'll reach back to people and do it similar, but I never thought to mention it here. So thanks.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, with that said, how can we like confidently explain our military job to those who are not in the know when we're on there?
Yeah, man, that's such a tough question. I mean, again, for instance, this is a group of military folks. So I will share the fact that I served a long time in the military and that I got out and I'm still supporting the DoD. But if I'm at an event, I go to networking events every couple of days. I mean, multiple events a week, and I travel often. But unless I'm doing something that's DoD related, people wouldn't even know I'm in the military, right? And it's not because I'm scared or ashamed of them. I love my service. I still recruit for the Army or the Air Force. Marines and Navy, it's tough. No, I'm kidding. It's not. But most people are talking to me about the Air Force and the Army, right? But when I'm talking, like looking for an opportunity or looking for a job, it's not difficult to tell them what I did, depending on do I know what I want to do? And I think that's the hard part is when someone comes to you and starts talking to you about their job because you're at a networking event, but you don't know the company, it's very difficult for me to articulate to them what I want to articulate, because what I'm trying to do is impress them so they hire me, even though I don't know what they do, right? So I don't want to say the wrong thing. And you get a little bit concerned with that. But I would tell you there's like I've been a career readiness instructor at 4 Block for the last 9 years, right? And we do an elevator pitch. The bottom line is, if you break it down in your head, what did you do? What are you doing now? And what do you want to do in the future? And it doesn't have to be some long, elaborate, crazy thing. What it has to do is answer the question, what makes you interesting, right? What's going to make me stop you in your conversation and be like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Something that gets their attention. You can talk about different things later on, but at the end of the day, stop. I would say don't look at every conversation as if you're applying for a job, but look at every conversation as if it's an interview for a job, right? Because people make up jobs on the spot sometimes. That's the luxury of being out in these corporations. When they see a fit, they're like, we don't have anything for you right now as far as a spot, but I want you to be on my team. So trying to really just say, look, I used to be a radio operator in the Army. Now I'm doing, project management for over IT stuff. But what I'd like to do in the future is to, run some type of IT project management team or something of that nature. It can be that. It could be something way different. And whatever you did in the military doesn't mean you have to do that either, right? I mean, you can pivot off to a whole nother career. That's a little bit more challenging. But there are also programs out there that help you with that stuff as well, right?
So how often do you see it's not what you know, it's who you know?
Always. I would tell you right now, always. When I talk to anybody, if you don't hear me talk about the value of a network ever, then you caught me at a time when I wasn't even awake, and that wasn't me talking. Who I've always taken a little further, and this is not like something new. I've always said it. People used to say it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I always say it's not who you know, but it's who knows you and why, right? If someone knows you because you're a great person, then that's going to be a very valuable thing to have. But if they know you because you aren't a great person, that's going to be detrimental. So really, generating a good network, being a genuine person and really growing it, it's important, because I will tell you, again, this isn't to be boastful. From when I went on vacation February 14th to February 17th for Valentine's Day up to New York City to visit my daughter, took the family. When I came back February 18th, I said, I'm going to start looking for a job. From February 18th until I was hired, I signed my job offer on March 26th. I still had 2 interviews after, but I had 121 interviews of 62 companies, right? 62 companies, all of which, by the way, only one told me yes, right? I mean, I had 6 offers, but I chose one. But I say that because my network generated that for me, period. I did nothing except for say, hey, I need some help, right? I put it out on LinkedIn. I started getting conversations, messages, and I reached out to a couple companies that I knew, but the rest were all because the network was really working for me, right? Because people buy and help people they like, know, and trust, right? That's just the way it is, and I live like that. So, I mean, it's kind of the rule of thumb. I think the network is the most important thing. What was it was David before was talking about a hiring thing is a little different right now, and you can have a great resume. You can have a great resume, and you should tailor your resume, right? But here's the deal: if you're putting it through the ATS system without putting it in the hands of an employee, then we're making a mistake already, because referral bonuses happen. Like every company, not every, majority of companies have referral bonuses. The moment you upload your resume onto the website, well, you just eliminated a possible referral from somebody. So what I do, and what I would tell everybody to do, is never do that. Find someone within a company, find someone who knows someone in the company, have a conversation. You don't have to say, hey, can I get a referral? Can I get a referral? No, you have a conversation first, right? You don't want to ask them. And then typically, the saying goes, if you ask for a job, you'll get advice. If you ask for advice, you'll get a job. That's kind of how it works. The more and more I'm talking to folks through this process, who's someone else I can talk to in the company? Who is someone that you know that you can connect me with within the company? And through those conversations, it might not be the first one. It may not be the 5th one. But like when you're looking for a job, that is your job. So spend some time to do it, right? But to build the relationships. And I will tell you, more often than not, someone's going to say, oh man, I think you would fit this role great. Could you send me your resume? And as soon as you send them your resume, you know that your resume is going to go to the top of a list. It's coming to the hiring manager. It's going to go outside the ATS. It's going to come to the top. And whether or not he hires you or she hires you, that's not on you at that point. But I'm almost guaranteeing you'll get a call. You'll get a screening call. And then you can start having further conversation on your way to get that job. But much better than just submitting on their website, I promise you.
Yeah, because I had to do the same thing, and there was times where it's like, somebody here is like, hold that resume, give your bro a call, have him plug you in the system. I'll call you back tomorrow. Because as a recruiter, if I can help somebody in the company too, they make 2, 3, 6 grand or whatever it was. I was going to bend over backwards to help them out. So that adds up, because that also builds goodwill too. Because now that guy's going to really look out for you, and if you send somebody else to him,
oh yeah,
they'll look out for them too.
Yeah. So through this process where I told you the timeline between me losing my job and getting a new job, with all the interviews I've had, I've actually had callbacks. I got 2 last week from jobs that bypassed because of hiring, but they both offered me jobs this past week. Obviously I told them I can't take it because I'd feel bad. But more importantly, I built up the goodwill with them. We continue to talk. And oh, by the way, I've sent people to them, right? To where they're like, hey, we're looking for this guy or this gal or this type or this thing, whatever it may be. Okay. I have that in my repertoire of resumes that I've collected, because people say, I'm not a reviewer of resumes, by the way. So if you want me to review a resume, I'm going to put it through ChatGPT and say, hey, does this work? I'm not good at the reviewing. What I do is, if I have your resume and I know somebody, I'll push it that way. Right. Especially if you know the company you're looking for, because again, like I said, I pride myself on my network. So if I can help that way, let me know and I'll work. And I'm on LinkedIn, so you can find me there. I'm the only one.
So like, if you get that interview, what do you think are 3 solid questions that we should be asking during that interview of the company, the hiring manager, whatever?
I think the most important question you need to ask is, what's the hiring timeline? So that's not something in which I asked. And as none of these things were one interview. it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, the company I work with, it was a 5 interview process. None were less than 3. So I say that because, you know, I started looking in February. My first day was April 7th. The thing is that I wanted to work March 1st, right? And like, I didn't want a long, and that's not a long delay, by the way, by any stretch of the imagination. But in my mind, I was like, man, I want to know. So in my second and third round of these interviews, I was like, man, this is like, what's the next step? And they're like, well, we'll have someone reach out to you. And I'm like, okay. It dawned on me that, man, maybe I should be asking these folks, because what I don't want to do is continue down this process of, like I told you, there was some of the companies that said they're looking to hire July, August timeframe. February to July or August was not my timeline. So once I heard that, I was like, okay, well, I'm going to jump out of this. As a matter of fact, there was a company called NTS, Next Tech Solutions. Love the company, love the people, and
good dudes.
Yeah, they're great. And I was actually the first candidate to apply. And I knew the job that I wanted was coming out because the recruiter hit me up and told me.
Dave.
And so anyway, I applied.
Dave McAleer.
It was McClear. Yeah, it was Dave. Yeah, great guy. And he told me, and he said, man, you'll be great here. I applied. The next day they called, and I'm like, okay, what's the process? And they're like, well, we're going to have this open. We'll probably hire looking at around June 15th to July 1st. And I said, yeah, buddy, I want this job, but I want you to not call anybody else and hire me right now, right? Because here I am and I need a job. So anyway, but that was a significantly important question. The other question that I would ask that I find important, right? What's the values of the company? So, but I would ask that before the interview ever comes up, right? What are your values? What is the culture? What are the things? But the thing for me is at the interview that you're too late. Now, don't get me wrong. You can ask that question and it's good to hear them talk. But for all of us that have been in the military before, right? Pretty much everybody. If I go to insert set organization, I don't know, 82nd Airborne Division, whatever it is, and I go to the commander of the 82nd Airborne Division, and I say, hey, sir, what do you think of the culture at your company or in your organization? The CEO or the commander is going to tell me that he's created and cultivated a culture of diversity and equity, whatever it is, and greatness, and they're going to do all these awesome things, which he should or she should do, right? But where do you really find the culture of a company? Is you go to the people that are working in the company. So within LinkedIn, you can do that. You can explore. As we look at these, and I've had this happen a bunch of times, Ernest, to where I've actually talked to folks who's had dream jobs at companies that, we'll just say Nike or Amazon or whatever it may be. And they've always wanted to work there because they wore their clothing or bought the stuff and they just liked it. So they went and got jobs there. And by the way, those two companies, this is not the case. These are hypotheticals, right? But these two companies, they go there and after a month, they're like, I'm done. Like, this is not what I expected, right? But what it could have been avoided if they would have done some, like, you can't ask me a company's culture. I've never been in the company. I mean, I look at it on LinkedIn or I see it on the news, but go and ask the people. And that's the joy of LinkedIn to me, is if you want to really find how the company works, if they have the time off or the daycare. There are so many different companies that have like in-home daycares to these organizations, to where you can bring your kids to work, put them inside the building. You have your laundry services that are there. They make it so easy for you to like just to work there, because everything that you actually need external to the place is taken care of, right? But those things can't be found out until you have the conversations with the people that are in the organization. They're going to tell you whether they come to work because they love it or because they have to. And I'll tell you, not for anybody else, but for me, if someone says that they have to go to work, they do it because it's $1, I'm looking at another company, because I believe in longevity. Like I said, I was 20 years in the Army, 7 years at the small business that I worked with, and now I've been here for a few months, but my intent is not to leave anytime soon. I want to be in a company that likes me, that values me, that treats me well, and treats everyone around us well, and has that vision, right, of the values that I look for. So just something to think of.
So, I mean, how'd you keep your confidence up during that break? I mean, because that's kind of soul crushing.
Oof. Yeah, man. A lot of conversations, bro. I mean, a lot of conversations with mentors, with friends, with family. I mean, I think the worst thing for me is, I've been a provider for my family for their existence, right? And so, when I was in between times, and it didn't look very positive based on the governmental stuff and just that's the fear that big business and small business has, specifically in the DoD range. And my skill set specifically lies there. Plus, oh, by the way, I really love what I do. And I wanted to continue to do that, right? So I didn't want to be back in a building. I love the fact I'm not a sales guy. I develop business. I love it. This is a conversation. So through that time, like in my heart of hearts, I knew I was going to land somewhere. I did not expect it to take as long. So that was a little bit concerning. But I smiled and I talked to my kids and I love them. And I just, I looked at them and I knew that there's an expectation. I have a 20-year-old, 18-year-old, 10 and 6, and that they all have their different angles of love and what they offer.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I knew just like in the military, not everything was easy in the Army, right? And I think that's the part, is that everything was earned, and there was bad days and there was really crappy times and promotion selections where I didn't make the list. Those were horrible days for me. But I always knew that if I put forth the effort, if I work harder, better myself, speak better, or even change some, like if I'm looking for a job, they want these certain things. How can I learn these certain things that I might not have experience in so much before I have this conversation? Well, I'll tell you, ChatGPT, Google, they all work to at least educate you. I went and took 2 certification courses in my time off to help me from a business development section. And it worked out well. But at the end of the day, I just felt as though I had no other choice but to be confident. Because I think throughout all of our careers, at some point, there was a downside to it. No matter how good or bad we were in the military, there was a downside, but there was turbulent waters, and you walked a little bit and got a little bit better along the way.
Yeah. Oh, Mike, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hey, good afternoon. Great to hear from you. I appreciate all the information. Actually, something you just said that kind of sparked my interest. So I actually just got a job as a business development manager here soon, starting here in a couple of weeks. And you'd mentioned something about a couple certifications that you got. I'm just curious. I'm looking for any advantage I can get in trying to excel at this new job. So any advice would be greatly appreciated.
Perfect. What was your name? You popped off my screen quick. What was your name?
Mike Morales.
Mike. Okay. Well, reach out to me on LinkedIn, Mike, and we can talk. But go to the Shipley. Shipley is the only recognized business development program, right? So if you look at almost any DoD related government GovCon company, Shipley is the process. So that is where you want to go. Period. I mean, you can. There's other courses out there that'll cover Shipley practices. But Shipley is the only certifiable, if you will, thing that if you go to any single organization, they're going to use Shipley-based processes.
Awesome. I've heard that before, or I've heard the name Shipley. I didn't know there was actual certification attached to it. So,
oh yeah, it's some dollars, man. It's not cheap. But it is really good because I mean it is the process. It's sustainable. It's repeatable. It's the exact way that every GovCon business does business development, whether or not they have BD people or not. It's the method, right? So it's good.
Awesome. And I hit you up on LinkedIn. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Oh, perfect.
Home run. So what are you working on now at Phoenix Defense?
Man, so I'm our business development manager, which is a little interesting because it's not I don't want to say it's not a normal title. It is, but so business development is really interesting. So I'll give you all a little brief, quick class. So growth is what business development falls under. Under growth, you have proposal management, you have capture management, and you have business development. So my job is kind of capture. It's like 60 to 70% capture management. Business development are those folks that go out there and find opportunities and develop the business, right? They're the ones that if you don't sell or if you don't win opportunities, you don't have much of a job and you got to go find another business development job. Capture's a little different. I go out and find opportunities. I go out and I look at like what do we do, right? And then in order to where do we fit in the spaces that we work? What partners do we want that fit in spaces that we don't work? And then really bring the opportunity all together. And then I manage all the stuff. So from what the business development people bring in, I gather all that stuff, the business intel, we put it in a process, and then I assign tasks to folks as we go through the process. If the CEO decides, hey, we want to pursue this opportunity, then we move forward into the proposal management where I do about 10% of that. Then we go that way. And then that's a whole process in and of itself. But in the grand scheme of things, I get to look for opportunities. I get to find, like, I specifically work in the SOCOM and Army space, if you will. But we cover all of the DoD as well as several other agencies that aren't DoD. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So, I mean, we're running up against clock, so everybody's got questions, throw them up now. But what's one mistake you see, folks coming out of the service consistently making?
Just not having the ability. I mean, people say cast a wide net, and I'm all for that, by the way. Cast a wide net, because you don't know what you don't know, and there's so many jobs that exist that you didn't even know people got paid for. Like, I get blown away sometimes. I'm like, hey, you get paid to do that? That's phenomenal. Keep it up, right? But I think the mistake is that there's a level of thought, and it bothers me, because when I've watched people in the military throughout my time in the military and ever since, I watch these young men and women just bust their tails to get everything that they get. And whether that's promotion from E1 to E3 or to 2 or to 6 or 05, it's so much that they earn and so much that they put forth. And then they come out and there's like some and I remember it. Hey, you were in the military, you'll get hired like this, right? And so there's a lot of that. I'm leaning on my service as the reason why I should get hired. That when people say thank you for their service, they genuinely mean it. But what thank you for your service means or doesn't mean is thank you for your service. Let me just give you a job now. It doesn't mean that. You have to be able to provide value to that company. And I think the idea that because we served, someone should just give it to us, that defeats everything in which I saw when I was in the military, from every rank that I ever went through myself and just watched. It's competitive in nature. This world is competitive in nature. So what do you do to get where you want to be out here? Well, if there's educational requirements, get the education. If there is, time, if there's time that you have to have had done a job and you haven't, then go in at a job that's less than what the time is so you can get the experience to take that job. I had a major, I won't say his name because I don't like to put people on blast, but he had an opportunity to work at Amazon. And this is a real story about Amazon. And there was an E5 that was a sergeant in the Army that got out 15 years prior. And he's been at Amazon for 15 full years. And he came and spoke and said, well, I was a sergeant in the Army. I got out and I've been in Amazon for 15 years, blah, 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 blah. And this major said, there's no way in hell I'm going to work for an E5. And I looked at him and I was really, the conversation went left, right? And I'm okay with that. I'm not mad about left conversations. I'm not problematic. But that is maybe the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. The bottom line is he's been in an organization for 15 years. And he understands how it works, regardless what rank he was. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter. And the problem is that we get so driven by egotistical foolishness that we can't say, all right, look, then be my boss, Sergeant, and I'll do work. And then one day I'll take your job. Like, I won't say it out loud, but that's my mindset. And if not, because you have a 15-year head start in this industry, then I'm going to aspire to be like you. Show me the ropes. Let me learn, right? And I think that we oftentimes get really just do dumb stuff, as opposed to just saying, look, everything that you're about to do, yes, you may have done some of this stuff before, and it's okay, but be humble, open your ears, be coachable, and jump in. And when you have the opportunity to lead, when you have to follow, and it's okay. It's okay. I mean, look, I'm perfectly happy in my role. And I'll tell you right now, I don't lead nothing. I have nobody that works for me. I have my boss is a retired C-130 general, right? I have 306s that are peers of mine, but I have nobody that works for me. And you know what? It's great. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, I don't care. And oh, by the way, if there was a E5 that was my boss, I don't care either. If he's doing the job or she's doing the job that they're supposed to do, I have zero issue with working for that person, period. That's just my personality, whatever the case may be. How do we get the mission done?
Yeah,
that's it.
I knew a guy who got out of security forces, a tech sergeant after 20 years. He's a VP or a president, something like that at Mass Mutual. I wouldn't question the dude for a second because he earned it. That rank shit goes right out the door the second you get your 214.
Yeah, it's gone. I mean, and I think that's hard for some folks, and it's okay. Like you'll see, I'm relaunching my podcast in like 2 weeks, and my second guest that I'll have is a CEO of a company. He got out of the Air Force as an E5 staff sergeant. The dude's had a company for 16 years. They're killing it. And I'm very familiar with their organization. And I will tell you, I would work for him in a heartbeat. Like in a heart, as a matter of fact, funny story, and I won't go into it, but bottom line is I was about to apply, but a friend of mine started working there, and I was like, wow. And the company she had left, they called me to fill her role, which is funny. I was like, oh, that's crazy. So she got hired. But anyway, neither here nor there. Great company, and I love them to death. But yeah, so just humble yourself, I guess, is the answer. I mean, it is what it is.
What's the company, if you can share?
That's Colossal LLC.
That sounds
so
familiar.
Anthony Clausen, he was an Air Force guy, and he got out, and right away he went into business, and he's built it over 16 years, and it's pretty fantastic.
Air Force guy, you say, huh?
Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, you should have him. I mean, he's a hell of a talker. I mean, I really like listening to the conversation.
Yeah, actually, if you could drop a bug in his ear, I would appreciate it.
He'll be down to help. He actually, by the way, I mean, it's pretty cool. He just got to $1 million of donating to Mission 22, which was pretty spectacular to me.
Awesome. So we're up against the clock. So you got any closing thoughts you'd like to share with the room?
Yeah, I do. Hey, look, transition is a challenge. It really is. I mean, if you look at all the horror stories, follow the people on LinkedIn, there's a lot of great people out there saying stuff. But look, a lot of it's noise, right? So find a group of folks. Like, I don't think that any person should listen to any one person regarding this journey, because variables exist. They really do. And so when you hear Jeff Lodick say something on LinkedIn, if it resonates with you, awesome. Let's talk about it. Engage with me on LinkedIn. We'll talk. If it doesn't, move on to somebody else and find them, because there's so many people now. When I retired in 2017, there wasn't a lot of folks on LinkedIn. Like I said, I was the one guy that talked transition, which is fine. Go back to 2000 when LinkedIn didn't exist. If you've looked at how it has expanded over the years, we've exponentially jumped in numbers. So find some people that are in the transition process and or have gone through it, and provide their information. Ask questions. And oh, by the way, when some people yell at you and say that's stupid or whatever, no, it's not. It's not stupid. Keep asking the questions. That person just isn't the person that you need to be listening to when they tell you whatever the response is, because some people are a little bit brash when it comes to these things. Bottom line is, if any single individual transitioned and they share their story on LinkedIn, to me, I listen to it. It's their story. I mean, I don't get to dictate if they did it the right way or the wrong way, and what is the right way. I speak in generalities. I don't speak in specifics, because at the end of the day, we're all different, and we all have different places and experiences and all the things. It's not a one-stop shop. So anyhow, I do appreciate everything you guys do here. 7 Eagle Group is amazing. I'm thankful to have been recommended to it. I love the fact that so many of you are reaching out to get this guidance, the fact that it's here. Programs exist, find them and go through all of them, anything that you can do, because one thing that it does more than anything else, expands your network, and your network is everything, in my opinion, and my network is everything. So I sincerely appreciate your time. Are there no questions? I mean, normally I get a question. I mean, anything?
Yeah, you've been hitting all the topics pretty well. It's kind of funny, but go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I'll save the day on that one. I've asked this question to a couple of the different speakers who have come on, and it's because of some conversations I've been having elsewhere, and with some of the comments that some folks have brought up here in the world of IT. So a lot of the big things that folks are looking at are the big complex IT jobs, red team, blue team, pen tester, ethical hackers, and they talk about it from like, yeah, I'm going to pivot into IT straight into pen testing. I'm like, good luck, bud. But with that different angle, what do you see with companies that you deal with as a recruiter? Maybe a business saying, listen, I mean, that's all good and great that we have all these people competing for these big like analyst jobs.
I need somebody to come to run my Microsoft Office. I need somebody to come manage my 365 tenant. Like, are you seeing like, because what I'm seeing across different Discord channels, different conversations that I'm having around meetups in town, is that like there's been this overload of, hey, if I'm gonna get in IT, I've gotta get, like, if I'm not doing ethical hacking, I'm not doing real IT. And like for me, I generated. My mirror's backwards in my fake picture. Sparkwave IT here, which is just like my idea to generate, an agency of doing something like this. And I know that I'm talking to businesses locally that aren't on the national stage. But because I'm seeing them locally, I know that this is across the national stage. And so what I want to hear, what I'm interested in, what you have to say about is, do you see a delta between what people are coming to you as a recruiter for from the big buzzword IT jobs compared to like, listen, like IT at your local barbershop is just like, make sure we got email.
Yeah. So real quick, I'm not a recruiter. I just happen to be around a lot of folks. I'm an IT guy, to be honest with you, but I'm not an IT guy. I just around IT folks. So we have a cybersecurity thing in our engineering department for us. I worked in a services organization as an IT guy. But here's the deal. There is a need for all of those things you mentioned, the big deal ones, from all the pen testing to the red team, blue team, all the cyber stuff, right? There's a significant need, just like there's a need for Linux developers and software developers, even to go to the Microsoft 365 tenant usage, right? Microsoft provides that for the most part, but if you had a company that did that, yeah, there's a need. There's always a need. There's basic help desk needs, right? I think that from a job perspective, there's always somewhere where you can work. I just don't know to where you're at, right? And I think that's something that we do when we leave if we don't do our market research regarding the area that we're at and the jobs that are being looked at. Like if you came to Tampa, Florida, right? There's a hell of a lot of IT jobs. Orlando, Florida, a lot of IT jobs because there's a lot of headquarters for these big businesses. Now, smaller places, yeah, they still need work. So I think that there's never going to be a shortage. Now, if it's from a business perspective, let's jump on a call and talk about that stuff because there's opportunities in business, right? To jump on and sub to a bigger company, but you have to have a very specialized niche. Your ability to do something, right? To jump on with a government contract company or even work it out in the corporate, just regular civilian space. That's the business side of things. But I hope I answered the question decently. But if you want to have further conversation, by all means, we can jump on a phone call and we can talk. I'm willing to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way you put that, with like, if there's a computer, if there's a cell phone, somebody's got to be like managing that. And I just think it's very encouraging to hear. I mean, specifically how frank you were with that. Like, look, I mean, we live in a tech world and there's tech places and that's just how that works.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and it's not going anywhere. I mean, ever. So, I mean, even at the very basic level. So it's just a matter of where your niched area is and how do you, because you're not going to pivot into pen testing, but you could pivot into something else and go get your Sec Plus and learn some basic stuff and then walk the dog, right, to get there. I mean, it's progression. And some of the younger folks have the opportunity to do that. Me, it's too late for me. I'm not going back through all that nonsense. But there's a reward at the end of the tunnel on that one. But
I appreciate it.
Yep. I appreciate that. Hey, Ernest, I know that I think I busted time and I didn't mean it.
It's all right. It's the end of the day. So we're good to go. So, hey, once again, thanks, Jeff Lodick, Phoenix. And I will give you a buzz here in a little bit and then chat. But hey, everybody, we will see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Don't forget to fill out the end of day survey. If you're Seven Eagle, obviously if you're Legion of Vets, do your thing. But our end of day survey for Seven Eagle is already there.